6 properties, and that's it for generating reports. If you ask the ones who want to generate reports, of course, they got nice ideas about 20 attributes they would like to build the reports in. But hey, who is filling in the 20 attributes? So we have use cases from process management. I would never pull it into the wiki. So, but they use our Wikisphere system for having process documentation. And this is quite interesting how they use these, let's say, simple features or 4 or 5 features and attributes and the rest is unstructured wiki content, how they manage to do proper process management. So be as structured as needed, and you have to balance it with the reporting needs and wishes of some people. And yeah, and that's what the third one that I made up, like be as automated as understandable. So this is a little bit clunky still, but what I mean is that, I mean, wikis are the last system where you got nice titles, in that case, because you have to. You cannot get away because you can't create a page. It is the system that has built-in versions, and if you would ask a consultant in 2002, what will be the next big thing, he or she would say, version management, of course, this computer is stupid having all this like PowerPoint version 1, 2, 20, 20 final draft commented this completely. Yeah, really, you should have, I'm sure there are some Gartner studies around that promise the market will be billions of whatever for version management. So this is also important lessons in terms of adoption. It would be, I mean, from a subject matter perspective, would be quite clear, this is the next thing. It was not, but in Wiki it's built in. On the other hand, you see if it's automated and you cannot understand it anymore. With the Wiki, you could at least explain to the document fans, hey, the versions are there. You could show it and it's done. So this is what I mean with as automated as understandable. Not stretching it too far to explainable AI or whatever, but you could also use the idea of hyperlinks a little bit to say, be as automated, be it with Gen AI and large language models, but so that it could be understood and tracked back. And you have always a tension between this and older slide, in the right corner. You have always the tension with design, because to automate things, there's certain tension if users like design and putting this in that box and this graphic and and you have to parse it in the end. So this is, we also find a middle way on that, I think, but this is also like a constant challenge, because I mean, you had also this topic of parsers yesterday. Parsers get complicated, more complicated, and someone is doing boxes. Why do you do the boxes? You have to talk with the users. Why do you do the boxes? Yeah, because I like, I can put color behind it, and that's okay. So pages should look nice, yeah, and still you should use old school like heading in HTML. There are extensions where you could add headings, but they don't get the heading tag. So you have to either improve your parser or educate your users, the most hardest thing, or change the technology, coming back to the open source part. So this is all like hidden behind the last statement. And also this constant, and usually users or people that are interested in your way of working and using the wiki, they don't tell you if the system is ugly, okay? They just don't come back to you. So you always should keep this in mind, then design matters, yeah? And of course you should improve the design of your systems. Wow, thanks a lot for your attention for this long morning wake up whatever talk. Okay, I almost made it in time. Thought I would be a little bit faster. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I bet you have questions.
So thanks a lot, Carsten, for your fine talk. My question is about user feedback in your organization. Could you tell us something a little bit more on how you have organized user feedback also affecting your evaluating system, your Wikisphere? Yeah. So how have you organized user feedback and structured that?
Yeah, quite simply, and probably also coming back to this blogging thing. So usually we don't allow turning off comment functions. So in the open spaces, I mean, there's one exception. You offer a kind of other channel like Yammer channel or something like that, but we don't offer shutting down feedback. So this is more on the content side, and of course, much of the content relates to content and should be in the topic portals where the content is. Yeah, and then we are still in dialogue, not with every end user, but we are in dialogue with power users. We got still a service mailbox. We still don't have a bot. The first bot version would say, please send an URL if you need help from the wiki team. And we have, of course, we have a channel in Yammer or Engage or whatever it is called currently. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. We are in direct contact still with end users, with our team. Does it answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So thank you for speaking with us today. Coming from the MediaWiki world, where it is fairly tricky to have a wiki where, separate from it's not accessible to the public, you try and lock down some pages or namespaces so the people who have access to the wiki don't have access to everything. Can you talk about if there are any challenges doing that with Confluence and how you are able to do that on such a large scale?
Yes. One answer, and thanks a lot for the question because I had it on my notes. I didn't use it all. I was expecting that.
Happy to help.
Okay. So we have these open spaces, these huge spaces that feel a little bit like MediaWiki, this English and the German one. Then we have the hosted spaces, which were closed at the beginning. So nowadays we also have hosted spaces that are open, even open to subsidiary companies. So the distinction between English or German is open and hosted is closed is no longer true. And coming back to the numbers, you would have noticed that about half of the open pages company-wide are also in hosted spaces. So having a permission system or restriction access on a space level could be managed. Basically, we delegate it to the owners of the space. That's also part of the extensions that we couldn't deal with it, right? But so you buy or rent or whatever a hosted space, you get a hosted space, and you have some space admins and they add or remove users. We try to govern that it's not too many groups, and we don't hand out page restrictions because they are directly from hell. So especially in the implementation of Confluence, anyone could watch the discussion, but they are really from hell. Not even if they would have been implemented differently. Once you start going down that road with that kind of granularity, you run into real problems maintaining content. And even if sometimes users, I was just talking about this with Sabine some minutes ago, like craving for it. Give me this feature, it is in the base product, why don't you hand it out? I promise I will do nothing evil with it. No, we are constantly sure not handing out this feature. So this would be like the super exponential thingy from the open by default thing. So yeah, I mean, yeah. And since we also care for the security classes, I mean, you sometimes see if there's a space claiming to be being confidential and having 2,000 users, yeah, just making this up, But we would probably give a hint to the owner, say, okay, is it really confidential? Like, if it's too... So be as open as possible and don't hand out anything. I hope it answers your question. I'm not deeply knowledgeable about the permission system and the extensions in MediaWiki. Probably I could learn a little bit from you here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you answer the question?
Yes.
It was a longer answer, like short question. So by the way, Rich, I think you gave a talk about mentioning the importance of tables in business some years ago. So that really also triggers something in my mind, like saying, hey, tables not only evil being from Excel, but it's important in business. Thanks a lot for that.
So also thank you very much for the talk, very impressive. And I agree with you on so many levels, especially regarding the permission stuff. It's great to hear from somebody else. I have another question regarding one of your slides. You had a slide with extensions you bought and extensions you created, and one of those extensions you created said something about statistics. And I'm always wondering what are actually reasonable statistics and which people will need them. This is a topic that's really hard for me to get, because just counting pages or lengths is, to me, that's not reasonable, right? I was wondering what are those statistics that you think are reasonable and what are they used for?
So this is, thanks for the question. Yeah. So, this extension has been built by the all-time lead of the project, my colleague Bernd, and it pulls the data from in Siemens more for the classical intranet use cases. We have a analytics system from another company. So and we deliver the data to that system, and we pull certain statistics nightly from that system. So this is the source of the statistics, and we distinguish between content statistics, the one you mentioned, how many pages, they are good enough in Confluence. But the traffic statistics, at least when we built the extension or the connection, weren't good enough. So that and they are important. The traffic statistics is the content requested, and we do breakdowns on, of course, how many views per month, per quarter. So this 90 days from my PhD thesis on weblogs came into play. Per quarter, 90 days, it's a common thing, and per year. And we do a breakdown on top-level business units and on countries. And in the topic portal, we have also, of course, the most visited pages and some drill down on that. And I would say, probably missing something, but I would say this is it. And I feel, I don't know, but 98%, 99% of the users are confident with that. And of course, there are guys like, what is the length people stay on the page, and so back and so forth. And then we are so happy to say, please get an access for the professional system and get the professional training of interpreting this data and doing those drill downs, because it is also a rabbit hole. But I would say I don't know how many, but yeah, at some point in time the analytics team would have get back to us and say, is this guy allowed to access, and we don't get any requests. So I'm sure, at least for our company here, this would be the statistics that are needed. I can show you kind of statistics page how it looks like.
The question was, if only we knew what we know. Well, that has been solved, that you know what you know. And the next question might be, how can we use what we know in business? So my question is, when thinking about structuring as much as needed and automate as much as possible, do you have usage of the knowledge in business in mind. So how can you use knowledge for productivity in primary processes running your business?
Okay, thanks a lot for that. That's really a tough one. Okay, so you answered it yourself, because I changed the claim at some point in time. I said it's not about like if we knew what we know, but if we use what we know. It never became as famous. I tried to, but giving no speeches at the stakeholder conferences, I didn't fly so far. So I tried. I did a lot with the questions, of course, how to measure knowledge usage in organizations with my thesis, and there are two answers to it. So one is like measuring. So I did this with weblogs. It could be done with wikis. Measuring, improving the interconnectedness of your company. I would say would come close to being that if more people have access to the knowledge and they come from different departments and parts of the organization, might be the closest simple business metric you could use. Okay, so measuring like if people from organization A bump into knowledge of organizational part B and so on. So measuring internetworking would be one answer. And yeah, so with a slide with the tin boxes, you still got productivity gains even if your system is fragmented, because if every individual is working more efficient, and I think if your wiki system is easy to use, you're still working more efficient, you also get bottom line gains. But of course, what you are aiming at is, I think, like having this interconnectedness, and this is the gains that we all talk of. If we say, if Siemens would use something that is already there in another part of Siemens. And we had a nice system with some Austrian background here called TechnoWeb. You could Google for that. That had some kind of urgent request mechanism. We don't have that kind in the wiki again. So that's one of the systems that we lost on the way. But that would be also urgent requests in an open content way would also help. Yeah. So it's a difficult question, but yeah, you get the gains from, I would say, from the interconnectedness. And the interesting thing is, when is the level of interconnectedness too high? Because 10 years ago we would say you need more communication. You need more communication. The more they communicate, the better. The more open offices, the better. And we found out, oh, there's a tipping point to communication, and certainly there's a tipping point of being interconnected. And but we don't know where this is. I would say your brain is perfectly interconnected in most ways. So I would say if you really feel that your company acts smarter than you self-experience, you are at this tipping point.
Thank you for the talk. I had two kind of functional questions about features in Confluence and if you use them. And one is for a lot of companies that do use spaces and break into silos, the page tree is often used.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems, I make the argument that would usually break down because it's very hierarchical. But you end up using a page tree on one very large space.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other question is, I think, if I understood from the beginning, one of the reasons you chose Confluence over anything else was, one, it was Java-based,
Mm-hmm.
which lined up with you, but then also I thought it was because you had the option to lock it down and provide discrete access, but then you decided, or maybe you decided later that was straight from hell?
No. So straight from hell was this very specific, like granular access. The decision was to have this English and German space at the beginning, and not locking down access. Yeah, thanks for the question. For a certain time, it would be enough to sit on the. You even didn't have to be logged into. It would be enough to rely on network security. And then at some point in times we had to make the decision, okay, every system demands a login, we also demand one, we have single sign-on, blah, blah, blah. So this is only logging in, but not restricting access. So that basically the decision was based on the idea that we as a small team or 2 persons or whatever in the beginning would never be able to manage guys that orphan spaces and space requests. That was one of the basic pillars of the decision, and of course the other one was the role model of Wikipedia, and the idea like everyone could also in the open spaces edit everything. So it was these 2 streams, and simply knowing that we would go to silo hell if we start handing out spaces. So we also migrated systems with 3,000 spaces and had to do the cleanup, blah, blah, blah. So was another aspect in your question?
The other one was just about the page tree.
Okay. So also we had this flat topic portals, and we didn't. But the page tree is implicitly created in Confluence, right? And in the hosted spaces, you had your space tree, and I know that people are used to it and request for it. And yeah, so later in time we managed to also show it in a topic portal, but only in your context. And this then heavily depends on how it's implemented to get this not being too slow. But yeah, it's not a page tree. A tree structure itself is not evil. Like it helps tremendously because it creates this automated navigation. Yeah. In other systems, you have to create this. And still we have the option, and the guys from the process management use it extensively, still we have the option to have one page in different topic portals with this tagging approach. And that was always a dream of us, like getting rid of the hierarchy as restrictions. Of course, if you do maintenance, if you want to move content, you have to look at it. But that's still great. And yeah, coming from Hypertext, this of course is a dream, like breaking the one single hierarchical structure, but we offer it, and yeah.
So I might have just misheard, and maybe the answer is, oh, you misheard. But so my question is that when you were talking about having the topic portals, I think you mentioned it's a bad idea to nest them.
Mm-hmm.
So in MediaWiki, when you have categories, and it seems that these are similar to each other, you often do nest categories, and it's normal to nest categories very deeply. So can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, basically, this messes up statistics because then one topic portal is in another one, and then the one on top you count twice the pages, and people got a little bit like confused how many pages are in their topic. Basically, this is the reason, and of course, related to the hierarchical navigation, this then really gets tricky, because what hierarchical navigation do you show? And one of our lead developers also solved this problem. He quite intelligently guessed what the right hierarchical path might be. Today you would call it artificial intelligence, I bet. But yeah, that's not understandable, coming back to the latest point. So users don't understand then why they get displayed other hierarchy they came from. But luckily, this is not the main problem. So nothing will break down if you nest the stuff, but it won't be understandable. Some things won't be understandable anymore to users.
Any more questions? No? Then thank you again, Carsten.
It was a pleasure to lay this out, and also to do the reflections on the history and trying to figure out the stuff that you usually don't have in your mind. So it was a little bit challenging, but also a pleasure.
Thank you. Well, we are spoiled today because our next speaker was a keynote speaker at the SMWCon, that was called back then, 2020, I believe. Rich Evans from NASA. I'm really happy that he's here today. He's an excellent presenter, as you will see, or probably already know. So I'm really interested now going across the Atlantic, also to a very large organization. Thankfully, not using Confluence, but MediaWiki. So this is our showcase, and we will now challenge Siemens how it can be done with MediaWiki.
Okay. Use the term rocket science already. Careful. Thank you. So we'll start at the beginning. A very good place to start. That's a shout out to Cindy. Oh, I feel a song coming on.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. For those that I have not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Richard Evans. I work at the NASA Glenn Research Center's Armstrong Test Facility, which I will tell you a little bit about in a moment. And today I'd like to talk to you about digital transformation, which is both a buzzword and an actual phenomenon that's happening in the United States Space Agency, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. So I adopted this policy from a colleague. I really like it, to kind of give the bottom line up front. So you're in for a ride. I'm going to try really hard to stay on time. I'm even going to time myself. So right up front, I just want to say, I'm going to show you a lot of high-level space agency policy statements, strategic planning at the agency level. We're going to talk about how the space agency is trying to transform its culture to adapt to the new radical changes in information technology happening around us. And I don't want you to get lost in all of that, because at the end of the day, the message that I'm trying to share is that MediaWiki is uniquely positioned to help organizations like NASA make the transition. And I have had the luxury of leveraging my many years of investment into MediaWiki at this particular time in our agency's history to help us make a transition that some people in my organization are saying is too hard to make. And I'm very happy to show them the progress that we've made at Armstrong Test Facility. So I want to do a couple of primers here. You are going to hear me talk a lot about MediaWiki Plus. And this is sort of my mantra in the community. We are here for a MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. MediaWiki Core is everything that you need to run a knowledge base, to develop encyclopedia articles, but it does not really give you, in MediaWiki Core, it doesn't give you the tools that you need to do all that needs to be done in an enterprise knowledge management, digitally transformed organization. So I know I'm using one specific logo, the Semantic MediaWiki logo, and that's in honor of the fact that these used to be two conferences that have now merged under one name. And so my hope is that we can think of the Semantic MediaWiki logo as kind of a load-bearing icon that represents all of the extensions that we know that we can add as developers to the MediaWiki core platform that expands the possibilities of what you can do with the software. And I call that whole construct MediaWiki Plus, and I've combined the logos, and I hope you like it. My overview is pretty straightforward. I'm going to let you know where I come from and put it into context, set the stage, so to speak. And then I'm going to talk about two boring government policy and strategy topics. My job is to try to make it interesting. I hope I do. The first one is our overview of NASA's 2022 strategic goals
It's a PDF that I'll show you the link for. You can read it on your own if you're interested. And then number 3 is the Digital Transformation Strategic Framework and Implementation Approach. This is a very technology-centered document that is also publicly available that's going to go into all of the details of what the agency is trying to do at the very top level to transform from the top down. And what I've been working on for a number of years is at a lower branch level, and I'm trying to help transform from the bottom up. And my hope is that we can meet in the middle and good things to report on in the coming years. I will invite you to play a game with me. I have littered my talk with the MediaWiki Plus logo. I encourage you to look for it in every slide, sort of like an Easter egg. The intent is to say that when I'm talking about boring, non-MediaWiki government policy stuff, I'm going to litter different sections with the MediaWiki Plus logo, and in your minds, you should make the connection, this is a place where MediaWiki can help. MediaWiki Plus. So let's get started at number 1. For those, most everyone is familiar with the concept of NASA. You recognize our logo, but not everybody knows where, if they're visiting the United States, where they would go to knock on the door to have someone from NASA answer. So what I've shown is a map of the United States, and all of the dots represent the 17 total locations that represent NASA field centers, test facilities, and supporting complexes. The NASA workforce is a little bit less than 20,000 civil service employees, and we leverage a lot of support service contracts, and so the majority of our workforce is support service contracts. Roughly, if you think about the total workforce, is about a little bit less than 70,000, depending on the budget year. Our locations are 10 field centers, 7 support facilities, which the Armstrong Test Facility is one of the support facilities. And it occurred to me the other night when I was putting this presentation together that I have to admit that there is one more location where you would find a NASA employee, and that's in the International Space Station. And we are working on additional locations.
Space stations or on Earth?
Space stations. That's a separate talk. So if we zoom in a little bit, so the Armstrong Test Facility is shown in the aerial photograph on the right. I want to see if I wrote it down here. I don't think, yes. Roughly 26 square kilometers. You can see it's kind of a rural footprint. A lot of the farmland around us, we're nestled in among the corn and the cows of rural Ohio. You can see Lake Erie in the background. And this is a photograph that's taken in the north central part of Ohio, not too far away from the Glenn Research Center, which is near the airport and the city. This location out in the rural area gives us a great location to do things with a wide buffer zone for radical happenings. We just have safety first, and so in order to not contaminate noise pollution and a variety of other environmental and local economic factors, we want to be nestled away from the cities. So you see 2 launch systems on the left and the right. We don't test the full stack. Our primary function at the Armstrong Test Facility is to bring space down to Earth. So we operate some of the world's largest space environment test chambers, and our job is to recreate all of the harsh and hazardous and damaging environments. The ride up into space is very traumatic. The ride back down can be very traumatic for both hardware and people. And being in the service environment also has its challenges. We have the facilities that allow us to recreate those space environments. And while the majority of what you see in terms of the launch systems, the responsibility is for getting something at the top, is what is ultimately the goal of the rest of the launch system. And it's those things at the top, which we call the payloads. The payloads are what usually get tested in our facilities. To our customers, we're a large spaceflight testing facility. We are home to several of the world's largest and most powerful space environment test chambers. We're a place where NASA, government, and industry can come together to develop space technology. For the purposes of today's talk, we are about 120 non-technical people. Nothing in our charter is IT at the business function level. So if we elect to do any IT, we are taking on a burden that is not part of our business function. I'll get into that a little bit more in just a moment. We are trying to do more with less, like everyone else, and we're trying to comply with new federal directives for electronic records, trying to move away from paper and go to all electronic record keeping, and we're trying to modernize our methods according to best practices, and that's for software applications. And these OMB references, if you were to Google them, you would find the policy directives that are telling us to do this across the entire federal government. And you can see I've dropped a few interesting icons there. I personally have been running a Semantic MediaWiki server since 2008. And in the past 3 to 5 years, it's really caught on and taken off. We've sort of overcome the hurdles to allow group adoption, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we did that. This is what our landing page looks like from our server. Each one of those squares, it's a wiki farm, and each one of those squares represents an individual wiki. We solved the access control list problem or the permissions problem by having, if you're in, you're in. There's about 22 wikis, and those are the, you will know whether or not you have access to those. The bottom ones is kind of a miscellaneous list. The top 2 rows represent the official ones that we make sure that our users have access to depending on their roles. So we're managing access to the top 2 based on what the role of the employee is and not relying on them to do it themselves. Now, I'm going to go, I usually stop there, but I'm going to go a step further in my introduction section to show you the overall organizational structure of NASA as a federal agency. And I'll explain that in just a minute. So the Glenn Research Center is shown as one of these 10 field centers that I showed on the map. And the icons that I'm dropping here are places where, one way or another, we have a MediaWiki server running. My vision for the agency is 10 MediaWiki servers for 10 NASA centers. We're doing pretty good so far. The Glenn Research Center is the parent organization that manages the Armstrong Test Facility in Sandusky. And so we're doing kind of grassroots, bottom-up work with MediaWiki here. And what I want to draw your attention to is this yellow box in the top left. And so way on the other side of the organizational structure at the very top is the Chief Information Officer division, and their job is to make sure that everyone across the agency has the essential tools that they need to be productive, and that includes obvious things like email and places to put your files and overall permission systems, and they are solving the digital transformation problem. And my goal is to try to get the work that we're doing here to match up with the work that they're doing at the agency level. So that concludes the first part, and I'm already running a little bit behind. So I'm going to skip through these next 2 sections to get to section 4. I'll pause if you'd like. NASA is a federal agency of the United States government, and as such, it is bound by all federal laws governing civilian agencies. One of the laws that was passed by our Congress is the Government Performance and Results Act, which requires civilian agencies to develop, it's a series of laws that requires the agencies to set goals and produce strategic plans like the one that we're just going to talk about now. So I've highlighted the link at the bottom. If you're interested in reading this, this has all of NASA's plans for how we're going to get back to the moon, go beyond the moon eventually to Mars, the architecture, the technology, the facilities. It's all bundled into this strategic plan document. My reason for starting with the strategic plan document is to, again, highlight where NASA is at the agency level, exploring the secrets of the universe for the benefit of all, I tie that into MediaWiki Plus because I believe that one of the core values and part of the vision of the MediaWiki community is the sum of all human knowledge shared for the benefit of all. Our mission is for the benefit of humanity, and it's one of the things I'm very proud of as a NASA employee, is that we get to be part of something that is much greater than not just ourselves, not just our own nation, but what we're doing, we believe, is for the benefit of humanity. NASA has articulated some values, and I don't think that the MediaWiki community would disagree with any of these values, and so my original chart had the logo on all of them, but I wanted to just highlight inclusion and teamwork because I think those stand out. Those are two measurable values where you could point to concrete implementations, like the things that MediaWiki has done to go out of their way for inclusion and teamwork are all built in concrete ways, and so it is with the agency. These are the agency's values, and the agency has set 4 strategic goals. They are all very exciting in and of themselves. Sadly, not directly related to the MediaWiki conference. However, when we get to our advanced strategic goal for the agency, we see strategic goal 4.2 is to transform mission support capabilities for the next era of aerospace. And if we were to read that strategic plan document and go into that section, we would see that there's an admission that much of NASA's infrastructure is still from the Apollo era. And it's time to rebuild, modernize, and right-size NASA's mission-enabling capabilities. This includes, it's a specific call-out to modernize our information technology infrastructure. That's everything from network switches all the way to end-user applications and security, zero-trust architecture, and trying to digitally transform the culture. So we're at section 3, which is transitioning from the 2022 strategic goals to the digital transformation strategic framework and implementation. So this is a document. Again, the link is at the bottom if you're interested in reading it for yourself. The strategic plan underlined at the top is the driver for this document, and this is the document that lays out what digital transformation is to NASA at the agency level. They call it out by name, and for those that aren't familiar, there's a Wikipedia page on digital transformation that pretty much talks about it as the adoption and implementation of a digital technology in order to create new or modify existing products, services, and operations. That's a wonderfully encyclopedic answer. At the end of the day, as the NASA document admits, much of our processes and operations are Apollo era. You will still find clipboards in my work location. There's still a lot of paper, and part of our process is to migrate away from that. The last thing that I want to talk about in terms of the strategic framework is they have articulated what was a little confusing to me the first time I saw it, but it's basically 3 goals, 4 targets, 5 levers, 6 foundations, and 7 outcomes, and I've listed them here. If I had more time, I would walk through each one of these, and what I would want to do is have a conversation with you about, if the first of the 3 goals is to transform the way we work, well, the Wiki way is absolutely one of the ways we can transform the way we work. Collaborative, transparent. Transparency is something that the agency has a difficult time with. We come from a tradition where the motto is a need to know. And the need to know heritage makes it our kind of first cultural challenge to migrating to the Wiki way, which is collaborative and transparent. For all of the reasons that we understand, this is just one of our cultural challenges. So I would like to walk through all of these with you if I had time, but if you'll permit me to get to some more of the knowledge management portions, imagine that I completely convinced you that the MediaWiki Plus platform has something to offer all 3 of NASA's goals, all 4 of their targets, using all 5 of their levers, building off of all 6 of their foundations, and helping them get all 7 of their defined outcomes. MediaWiki Plus has something to offer. The question on the table is, it's the how. So that's going to bring me to my last section. And so I want to talk about knowledge management, because my role is the information systems manager. My responsibility is the overall architecture and management of the information systems at Armstrong, which include many technical control data acquisition systems, but also the knowledge management system. My approach to knowledge management is that it is a construct of 3 basic elements: people, processes, and technology. These are the 3 elements of knowledge management. The union of those 3 things, when they are integrated and working well, you have a healthy, effective knowledge management approach. Our goal is to make useful connections. I underline useful connections because in another context, this might just be marketing terminology, but we know what useful connections is: a material, tangible thing. This is the semantic links in the graph. And so when you are building a knowledge graph, a network of information, you are creating useful connections. Getting the right information to the right people at the right time is one of our goals, and empowering our end users to create knowledge. So what we want to do is meet them where they are working with these tools, have them use these tools not as the end point of their business process, but as the entry point of their business processes. So that rather than creating records and artifacts and documents at the beginning and then having to find some place to put them at the end, we want, in fact, I think I just stole my own thunder. This chart shows if the people, the processes, and the technology are not well integrated, you wind up with barriers between them. And you have a lot of chaos that occurs trying to get the people and the processes working properly. And I think what I'm trying to show here is take this diagram and imagine that your goal is a project document needs to be updated. Let's say you have a requirements document and it needs to be updated. Well, the people who are doing it, it may not be it may not be, the process may not be defining them by name, right? So the process may be vague with regards to who the people are, and the process may be vague to what the technology is. The process might just say at a very high level, make sure this happens, and it doesn't specify how. So that would be an example where the process and the technology is uncoupled, and the process may say, make sure this happens. The responsibility is to the organization, but it doesn't say specifically who, and that leaves a kind of a gray zone as to who's going to fulfill that role. So what we really want to do is make sure, and let me go back to this. So in this model where these 3 elements of knowledge management are not integrated, what happens is the knowledge management becomes that 4th element of the function that shouldn't be. It becomes something you have to do at the end of your project that you usually do not have time and money to do. So if you can tightly couple these 3 elements, then the knowledge management is not a 4th activity, it is the medium in which the 3 elements function. Now we're an ISO business organization. I will spare you the gory details on the left. But to be an ISO compliant organization basically means that we document our processes, we follow our processes, and we can show an auditor evidence that we follow our processes. And so the diagram that you see is a basic multi-swim lane actor-based process. You have procedures, policy documents that generate the process, and detailed work instructions that people are supposed to follow. We have our inputs and our outputs and the people doing tasks in the different departments. In the legacy environment that we're familiar with, this is predominantly done with what I'll just call legacy tools. I think Karsten mentioned getting people away from documents. And just a fun story about that is my personal strategy is I don't call them documents anymore, I call them artifacts. Because to an auditor, they're artifacts. And it was sort of just serendipitous that people were like, what do you mean an artifact? Oh yeah, well your documents are artifacts, in every sense of the term. What you have and what I've done is I've ghosted the overall ISO process. And I'm showing you that what we have is this kind of bricolage or collage of where things are going. It's very difficult to manage this. You have people squirreling away data and artifacts in all kinds of places that if your responsibility is to manage the information for the organization, this is herding cats to try to get all the documentation where it needs to be. So I step back and I look at, I want some software that's going to help. And so this is my attempt to communicate the problem that every organization faces when they ask the question, I don't have a blank check. I can't buy the latest and greatest version of every piece of software for if I have customer relationship management needs, I can't go, if I spend my budget on a really fancy CRM product, then maybe my internal content management system suffers. And so what I've tried to do is show a constellation. This is the way I think of it. There is not an official structure of software classifications. The best you can do is just throw all the classifications up there and group the different products by their kind, and it's not a perfect system. It's kind of like creating constellations in the night sky. So you have two of them that I've highlighted, which is the Wiki constellation and the content management constellation. I've highlighted them because MediaWiki is certainly one of the premier wiki solution softwares, but it's also a pretty good option for content management. But it still leaves you scratching your head, what do I really need? And then it also begs the question, if you're going to management and advocating for funding and permission, to explain to them why you want a wiki when none of the business processes are calling out a wiki. They're calling out content management, they're calling out customer relationship software. So why, Rich, when we have all these requirements for these defined software categories, did you come back to me with a recommendation for a wiki? Well, as I have described in previous talks, I like to draw attention to a couple of fun facts about MediaWiki. I've already alluded to this at the beginning of the talk, which led to MediaWiki Plus. But the first fun fact that I realized over 10 years ago was there are extensions that allow you to store structured data in the page. And not only can you store key value pair structured data in articles, but then you can also go to other articles and write inline queries which query all the data in the pages into result pages. And I thought, well, my goodness, that led me to fun fact number 2, that basic functionality allows me to replicate all of the essential functions of a database application. So I no longer need to have a dedicated SQL server with a fancy business schema on the side. I can just start developing wiki articles, capturing the data, encoding the data into the pages with semantics, and then going to other pages and building dynamic lists that generate information. And that leads me to the third fun fact, which is the realization that once you realize that MediaWiki can function as a pretty good database application, the door is open for you to digitally transform your work processes to electronic workflows. And that was the epiphany that I had, was that, and you can see what I've done now is I've taken the MediaWiki icon and I've expanded it to the entire constellation. So that MediaWiki with the additional extensions, what I'm calling MediaWiki Plus, allows MediaWiki to transcend its base classification as merely wiki software, and it allows it to replicate the essential functions of most, if not all, of the other software classes that your organization might need, allowing you to do all of those functions under one hood. Around the star map, I have added all of the different open source components that make up our tech stack, resulting in a complete vision, which is 100% open source and capable of doing all the things that we need. And dare I draw attention to the fact that, and I want to attribute to Bernard, who we were talking in past years about how to explain this to people. It allows the wiki to turn into a node editor for a knowledge graph on the back end. So unbeknownst to the users, there is a large semantic graph being developed in the back that we can do additional things with. Each one of these dots in the graph, the overall cylinder represents the wiki database, and the individual nodes represent the articles. The different colors represent sort of different categories of the nodes. The data encoded into the pages makes the connections on the graph. And to our users, when they visit a page, what we don't want them to have to do is see a blank page and have to think, oh my goodness, I'm supposed to develop an encyclopedia article here. I don't know what to do. Rather, we create these pages so that when you edit them, a form pops up and says, you know, what type of work are you doing? And as government employees, we certainly know how to fill out forms. So we invite the user to self-identify the process that they're trying to follow, which pulls up the proper wiki form. They fill out the data, they hit save, the form converts, it saves the data into the page as template data, which then calls a template, which then takes the form data and encodes the semantics into the page, which then that node takes its place in the graph, allowing us to do management dashboards and have a whole wiki system as a knowledge graph node editor. This allows us to implement these electronic workflows in a 100% wiki way. The policies and procedures get wikified, the work instructions are wikified, the inputs to the process are wiki-driven, and the output is all wiki-driven. Our records are created, they're used, they're found and accessed, and they're archived in the same environment. This is our model for getting the right information to the right people at the right time in all cases. We have a vision for this: digital transformation of all business processes in our organization. Our mission is to provide the tools and the training to make it happen. Our strategy is a 1-2-3 strategy. Identify and implement and maintain a suitable platform. Wikify each internal organizational process, and train the users. Our strategy maps onto our architecture. The triangle that I'm showing here is the tech stack from the bare metal at the bottom to the end user interface online tools at the top. You'll recognize at the bottom we have the hardware, which is a virtual machine in a VM farm. We have our open source operating system, open source web server, scripting engine, database, Elasticsearch. Well, I'm jumping ahead here. Now, in the organization for Zero Trust, we have to do authorization and authentication. We have to authenticate our users to know who they are. Once we know who they are, we have to then authorize them accordingly. Fortunately, the Space Agency has these agency-wide tools for single sign-on identity and authorization. We leverage those. And that represents this bottom part, what I'm calling number 1, which is the platform. And then on top of the platform, we want to build our electronic workflow tooling, which ultimately leads to the tools that we train our users on. And I will land with the finished vision, which is a NASA project, a NASA Ansible project to deliver and deploy the platform, which is MediaWiki based, with MediaWiki Plus based. We have internally developed a whole collection of templates, forms, properties, categories, all of the not the user content pages, but the types of pages that make the tooling evident in the system. And all of that at the very top, you can see I've kind of made it pretty small, but that's our ISO business processes come out the top. MediaWiki plus Semantic MediaWiki and other key extensions allows us to do all this in a platform that I call MediaWiki Plus, which brings me back to the original bottom line up front. What I hope I've done today is not overwhelmed you with government policy documents, but shown you that the government, the NASA is at an agency level putting a lot of energy into digitally transforming itself, and that MediaWiki is in a good position to help. And we do this for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very done.
I was still making up the question. Thanks a lot, Rich. So you showed it here, what we call here your organigram or your organizational scheme, right?
Yes.
And the position of the chief information officer, a left top somewhere in the left top right.
Yes.
So could you tell us some more? So you're a great ambassador, right, for MediaWiki. So for what we thank you all, I think. So could you tell us a little bit more on the struggle or on the roadmap you're now on in getting attention from other stakeholders like the CIO in getting MediaWiki into the place you have in mind? Is my question clear?
It is. I'm concerned that I don't have the answer that I would love. I would call that forward work. We have their attention. So what we've been doing at the branch level has passed all. There's a dozen or so things that could shut us down. Most of them security related, some of them budget related. So if you can get past the budget obstacles and you can get past the security people that tell you can't do it, and you can demonstrate that you know what you're doing, these are all the hurdles that we've overcome over the recent years, then they're like, all right, well, they're doing it. And so now the conversation is they're supporting us, but they're not really sure where we fit in. So my goal for early next year, I'm working on one of the agency's internal working groups. It's called the Applications and Platform Services Working Group, and this is the team of people that are responsible for making the handbook that describes how software should be used at the agency, the architecture recommendations. Their documentation is completely devoid of anything that includes the word wiki. And so one of the things that I was able to do late summer last year was led a subgroup to develop the chapter of the agency handbook that provides direction on how to do wikis. We have developed a chapter. It has been reviewed and approved, and we have been waiting patiently for the next publication round. But when the next version of this agency handbook comes out, there will be a dedicated section on wikis. And the agency is basically saying there are two recommended ways to do wikis. One is Confluence, and if you're interested in that, go here. And the other is MediaWiki, and if you're interested in that, talk to Rich Evans. So I'm hoping to be, and when I go back home, one of the meetings that just got put on my calendar a couple of days ago was a user who's interested in setting up a wiki, and we're going to help them try to figure out what's best for them. So we are trying to grow the platform and get more recognition across more lower level branches, and much in the same way that that laws go from a law that is established in one area only has a very small chance of being the law of the land. But as more and more regions adopt a law, at some point you cross a threshold, and that law has a good chance of becoming the law of the land. So my strategy is to try to get MediaWiki established in as many of the small regions as possible, so that the people at the top recognize that not only is this the business value and the return on the investment and the application rationalization is all in place, and this is something, and then I have a vision for how they can help support the project without taking full responsibility for the data at the lower levels. I apologize if I've over-answered the question. Okay.
Make one last one.
Yeah.
great talk. Is there a way to look at your, let's call it tech stack, but only the wiki-related part, especially looking from a science communication perspective at the dashboard perspective? So you said you have the dashboard connected to a graph.
Yeah.
What tools do you use for visualization and everything?
So we don't have graph visualization built into the wiki platform yet. I've just recently learned about something called Kibana, and we're trying to incorporate Kibana into our tech stack, but I don't think that that would be something that the users that would be available from the wiki user interface, but it would be something that the administrators would be able to, like, you know, there is no boots on the ground work process that requires graph analysis, and so it would sort of be experimental. For my part, what I care about is the system is generating the graph. What I tell my management is step one is start intaking data, right? And you can't analyze a graph you don't have. So we're in the phase where we're establishing these we're digitally transforming our processes to electronic processes, rolling them out as policy, getting the users to use it, and the database is growing exponentially. With the idea that maybe in future years I'll be able to give a talk on graph analysis.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause.
Do I have time for an announcement?
An announcement always, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if you will permit me one more, I'm going to dance through these and get to an announcement. So just real quickly, you guys are familiar with the NASA logo. This is the NASA seal. This is the official federal seal of the space agency. It has a lot of symbolism, as you can immediately infer. The yellow and white spheres represent planetary interaction. The white orbiting item represents space exploration. The red chevron represents the aeronautic side, the passage from the land into Earth, into space, and all of the hypersonics and aeronautic challenges. So the red represents the aeronautics side of NASA, and the orbit represents the space side of NASA. I'm sharing this with you because I'm hoping that you will join us at the Armstrong Test Facility next year in the spring of 2025 for the MediaWiki Users and Developers Conference. If we do this, and it's up to you. If you guys come, it will happen. So I've basically replaced the planetary interaction with MediaWiki as the source. Wikipedia is built on Wikipedia, that technology. So the blue star field represents the knowledge, and the red chevron is the development of this conference, and the orbiting entity is the users using the software. So I hope that lands well with you, and that you come to Sandusky, Ohio in the spring of 2025. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Now, for the coffee break, we have Jeffrey. Please make it a lightning talk, because everybody's waiting for coffee, but it fits very well because Jeffrey is going to present Wiki Chat functionality that combines MediaWiki with large language models, which is something that we've talked about. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
My hope is that after this talk you won't need coffee because it's so exciting, right? I hope. Is this loading? Okay, wonderful. So AI is super cool, right? And I want to talk about a little bit of that today. And you'll see, I'll work into it, and then you'll see what we get to. So a little bit about me first, because I know a lot of people are new at this conference and don't know who I am. My name's Jeffrey Wong. I'm born and raised in Texas, and I'm currently based in Seattle, Washington. I've been passionate about MediaWiki since around 2009, and I joined the MediaWiki stakeholders group, as a member in 2021, I believe. You can check me on that, but Yeah. Anyway, MyWikis is a company founded in 2012. We're a wiki hosting service. Our goal is to make things easy to set up and configure. And 10 years after that, we founded MyWikis Europe. Keep in mind that MyWikis itself was founded before the GDPR was invented. So 10 years later, we realized that a lot of European businesses, organizations, they need something that's GDPR compliant. And so I thought, why not? How do we do this? How do we get this done? And in partnership with KMA and Bernhard and the wonderful folks here in Vienna, we were able to create MyWikis Europe, and the servers are literally in Vienna, Austria. So we're really proud of that. Our driving passion is championing the power of MediaWiki. I hope everyone can relate to that here. We're trying to make MediaWiki accessible to all, and we do that through industry-leading innovation. And now, currently, the industry-leading innovation is artificial intelligence. So before I get started on the main meat of the presentation, I want to get some terms in first so that you'll know what I'm talking about throughout this presentation. So the context is what you're searching in. I guess you call that the artifacts or whatever, but we're not auditors. We are people who do cool stuff. So context. Question, not sorry. That's what you're asking. That's the prompt. The answer is a search result. And we have something called question answering models. These are the class of models that are designed to give answers to the prompts. And then LLMs are large language models. And a great example of that is GPT, and that, of course, powers ChatGPT. I want to recap from EMWCon 2023, where we presented an experimental QA chatbot. It was a proof of concept, but a lot has changed since then. As you'll remember, ChatGPT was released 2 years ago this month. So it was November 2022. There's been so much change in the world. Now we have so many new versions of GPT, Gemini, whatever. There's been so much refinement in the approaches that are taken, and we've been converging on the approaches that work well. And there's also been significantly an increase in the input token size of the prompts that you can give to the LLMs. So there has been some strong interest in our community into infusing AI into MediaWiki. And so how do we do that? I want to start with a brainstorming exercise. And I know that the Americans who visited or went to the conference in Portland have already been through this. So I'll ask you to chime in if, as last resort. I'm looking at Brian because he had some really good points. But I want to ask everyone here who's seen this for the first time to help brainstorm some stuff. So let's work out a brute force solution. How do we solve this? So as a reminder, what do we need? We need the access to the data itself, a query, and an LLM. So with that, does anyone have any ideas on how we might want to approach this brute force to get an LLM to be able to find content and summarize it for MediaWiki? Yes?
I have a question. Are we looking to enhance our content we already have in MediaWiki?
No, it's just to search it. Yeah.
You need a rank system?
Let's start a little easier. I'm saying a brute force solution, not a.
Okay.
No, yeah. Yes, Carson.
Export everything to a PDF and
export everything to PDF and search through that. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted to start with. Okay. So what's the problem with that? Yes.
MediaWiki doesn't have an export to PDF feature.
Oh, I mean it does if you use extensions.
it's
collection.
It's a static.
Static collection. Okay. All right, Brian. I need your help. What was your suggestion in April?
The vector embeddings and vector database.
We could do a vector search, vector embeddings, right? Because, that's what's worked in the past before ChatGPT. And then with PDFs, I mean, you've got all the data right there, right? And you can maybe search through it and stuff like that. But it's not quite going to work out very well because there's a lot of issues with that. And I'll get to it right after this. The main challenge in designing an LLM system for MediaWiki is how do we deal with searching a large amount of text when LLMs can only accept limited input tokens and we pay by the token. Some approaches that we want to avoid is to train a special model for the wiki. It takes way too long to propagate those updates. You know, I don't want to tell a customer, hey, by the way, thanks for adding that thing to your page. Can you just wait like 5 days before it appears? That's unacceptable. And it takes way too much computation. Like, you got to retrain a whole model. It's insane. Another thing is to feed an entire wiki into the input. You know, someone said, oh, you know, we have ChatGPT 128K. We don't need RAG anymore. Yes, you do, unless you're a billionaire and you have like 5,000 NVIDIA, you know, graphics cards, which none of us can afford. You can't do that, right? And does it even make sense to do that? You're giving a lot of stuff that might not even be necessary for the LLM to process. It might just you confuse it more. So our approach is indeed, as Robert said, a RAG-based approach, and that stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. It's basically saying you got 2 layers. Instead of passing everything to the LLM, let's search for some stuff. Let's make use of a search engine and return some stuff, and then just feed that limited amount of stuff into the LLM, and that is how you get around the token limitation. And you're able to leverage existing LLMs with this. The best way to do it, to do that first layer, is through something called semantic search, because you're asking a question, right? And you've got to figure out what the meaning of that question is to get the content from the pages in order to pass that in to the LLM to search through. So the LLM will use that wiki content to formulate a response. And we do prompt engineering to ensure that you know, the search is only among the relevant text, it's not cussing, it's not making stuff up, and the reply is, you know, a helpful, friendly, and relevant reply. The benefits of our RAG implementation is that the results will appear nearly instantaneously after being added to a wiki. That way we don't have to do that retraining. It's cost effective, and the responses will be returned in seconds. So I want to introduce everyone to Wiki Chat. It's your wiki's dedicated friendly AI chatbot. You can ask questions about anything that's on your wiki, use any language you want to inquire about it, even if that content language is in a different language, and it'll respond with the information on your wiki. So how do you use it? If you're on a wiki that has it, you can visit special ask question on that wiki, type in a question, wait a few seconds, and the result will pop out pretty quickly. The benefits of our approach is that we leverage cutting edge LLMs, and we can update its latest models pretty much instantly. It only searches within your wiki, so that's really good for privacy. We've made sure that it doesn't, you know, hallucinate stuff from Wikipedia, when that's really important because we don't want it to just be a regular LLM. We want it to search from our content specifically. We also don't want to let one of our clients search for stuff on another client's wiki. It's capable of searching both public and private wikis, and we have security mechanisms to make sure that it's doing so in a secure manner. And there's no need to retrain the model for every update we have. And the cost is really low and affordable. It's magnitudes lower than April 2023, and it supports hundreds of human languages. So here's an example, very simple one. On our Help Center wiki, we have information on the taxes that one could you know, expect to pay. And so what's the VAT rate? Well, among our Help Center, we're not going to list out all 27 member states' VAT rates, so we just say that it depends. And then how do you connect a custom domain? And this is exactly how you would do it. We also have another psychology wiki, abnormal psychology wiki that I worked on when I was a student in college, and this is an example I just pulled up today about you know, just something about personality disorder. So there's things called clusters. And so I asked, what are the clusters? And it explains directly from the content of the wiki what they are. And I'll share the link later, but you'll see that this is not taken from Wikipedia. This is literally the content that you see on the wiki. So you can also ask questions in different languages, right? So if I ask, qu'est-ce que la schizophrénie? It'll say, sorry, la schizophrénie est un trouble psychotique primaire, ce qui signifie que la psychose est le symptôme principal. Let's remember that, because that is exactly what it is translated from English. Schizophrenia is a primary psychotic disorder, meaning psychosis is the main symptom. So it just takes it directly and translates it and you can ask it whatever question you want. So that means, if someone speaks Polish and they don't understand any English, but they want to learn from this wiki, they don't have to read the wiki. They can literally just use Wiki Chat to learn. And you can even synthesize different pages content, and it'll, the questions that you ask will take that from different pages, and it'll produce the result for you. It'll also handle irrelevant questions. So I sent this to my friend. He asked us on the MyWikis Help Center who the first US Secretary of Defense was. Yes, any LLM in general should be able to answer that, but not for this wiki. So it says we can't do that. So you can try it yourself. I'll share these links later. The applicability of this is wide-ranging, right? From personal wikis to gaming wikis to topic wikis to enterprise and organizational wikis. You can ask all these questions and Wiki Chat will be able to handle them. Some features that we have under development are, eventually we aim to allow searching for images on the wiki with AI, dynamic chat-based UI, and have that context-aware chat history that you'll see from ChatGPT, cross-wiki knowledge synthesis, if there is that demand for it, and then, of course, speed improvements if we can get them. The reason I'm giving this presentation today in Europe again is because we are really happy to announce that we want to release this product in Europe with GDPR compliance. And so in Europe, we'll have to tell you actually what we're using. We're using Mistral AI, and their servers are based in Sweden, and that makes it fully compliant with GDPR regulations. Your data is never transferred outside of the EU borders. The data is never used to train LLM models, and if it is, you can sue Mistral for a lot of money. Each wiki's data is going to remain siloed, so we won't have any cross-contamination of data, and there's no privacy concerns, other than the fact that we just have to keep that secure. And Wiki Chat is a platform-agnostic solution because it's compatible with various either in-house models, like if you wanted to host Llama, we can do that, and cloud models like Mistral. In this case, we're using Mistral, but we could use an in-house model like NVLM or Llama if we wanted to. And so we like to call this a harmonized RAG approach, and that's what we use to interact with these various models. So yeah, we can change the models at a moment's notice, and that is to your benefit. And I'm really happy to announce that it is available now for mywikis.eu wikis. I don't know if there's anyone here who uses mywikis.eu. I hope that changes after the conference. But here's the introductory pricing. I'm so sorry. That should say euros, not dollars. My bad. But yeah, everyone who's attending this conference, you can get a 1-month free trial on a mywikis.eu wiki and a free trial Wiki Chat if you email me. I'll post my email address over there. Yeah, let's work together. If you're interested in applying this to a non-MyWikis application, I'm more than happy to talk about that as well. I'd like to open the floor to questions now. Thank you.
So, looking forward to trying this out again. I kind of forgot about it after the last conference with so much going on. I'm wondering if the extension is or will be open source?
I don't have plans for it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think it's important for us to have this period where we can just develop it, and this is also a benefit of using MyWikis, right? So we want to keep it in-house, and we want to be able to focus on providing the best experience for our customers, rather than being able to do that. We already have so much investment in Canasta. We're committed to open source, but this is something that we're cooking in-house for now.
Yeah, thanks, Jeffrey, for digging into this topic. So since sectional editing is famous in MediaWiki, do you index whole pages and do the vectorization of whole pages, or do you chunking on sections?
We use the regular Elasticsearch search engine to help us with that.
And the chunking, how do you split the pages, or do you put one page?
That is all abstracted away from us. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
So for chunks that you do some very basic chunking, then allow. Okay, thanks a lot.
Oh, okay. Oh, if you're saying you have a super long page, yes. In that case, we have our special magic to use the LLM to chunk it down. Yeah. Yeah.
No, there was a question there.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Anton.
Did you ever think about generating the red links from the failure of the chatbot?
Red links?
Red links, if it didn't find the answer.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a great thing that we can add. I know that there's also been an idea of adding links to the generated output, and that's something that we'd love to add as well. Rich.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
Thanks for this presentation. Building off of what you presented last year, I have been tasked specifically to find someone who can help us do this, and we will be reaching out to you.
Amazing. And I would love to serve my country and for all. Yes, Ike.
You mentioned keeping the customer data private between other customers. Are you at all concerned about sending their data to Mistral itself?
Well, there are very strict privacy regulations, right? When we work with a vendor, it's very important that not only we, but also they uphold what they promise to do. And from what we can see, and from the required notices that Mistral has to give as someone who's GDPR compliant, they have made it very clear that they will not send their user data for retraining and that it is siloed. So if this data were to be, used improperly, that would be a huge breach of privacy on Mistral AI. That'd be a bigger problem than just our data, being mistreated. But to alleviate that, if we were to work with an enterprise customer who didn't feel comfortable with that, then you could even bring in your own model and host it on your own servers. So that's not a problem at all. We're very flexible. It's a platform agnostic service. I know everyone's dying for some coffee, so if we don't have any other questions, I'll hand it over back to Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will now have our coffee break in the adjacent room here, so we have to walk around this. And we will try to be back at maybe 5 minutes past 12, so we're a little bit late, but we need to shorten the coffee break and let's be here at 5 minutes past 12.
Weil ich hatte versucht, dich zu denken, weil ich dann auch Nachrichten der Wikis-Gruppe für Gesellschaft. Ja, genau. Aber ich hatte das eingegeben und LinkedIn war aber nicht. Das Carsten.
Ja, das bin ich der Polo.
Genau, ich bin mir noch nicht sicher, ob ich anfangs wirklich kurz fassen soll, damit die Aufmerksamkeit kommt, oder lang, damit sich die Aufmerksamkeit dann auch. Also ich habe jetzt eine lange Mail geschrieben. Ich habe vor 3 Jahren angefangen, mein Login in Paderborn zu machen, wie ich gestern auf dem Tisch erzählt habe. Und habe darüber dann Wissensmanagement kennengelernt, weil mein Blog für Wissensidentifikation gearbeitet hat, in dem Bereich. Also das zu machen, und sowas. War so bei der Feuerwehr, das war das Wissen, Senioren verloren gehen und die gehen. Oh, das ist ja. Genau. Und ja. Und das hat mich so sehr fasziniert, dass ich dann nach Hannover gewechselt habe an den TIP. Jetzt wirklich Wissensgrafen, GRC, also was. Und ich mache konkret ein Projekt, was Wissenskommunikation und da Wissensmanagement reinbringt. Weil da ist es halt aktuell so, dass jeder Kommunikator sein eigenes Süppchen kocht. Und es gibt halt nicht mal Silos, weil es sind halt alles Menschen. Also die haben Word-Dokumente auf ihrem Rechner und das war's. Also
Okay. Thank you very much. Why isn't that in the wiki? That can be read as a question seeking information. It's not there. Why not? Or it could be read as a demand, maybe from a manager or somebody passionate about the wiki, as why isn't that in the wiki? I'm going to address both questions and try to answer them. The subtitle is actually very generous. Ensuring your company's knowledge management system stays current. That's making a few assumptions. Number one, that it's current right now, and you just want it to stay current. Number two, it was current at some point. That's also an assumption that I don't know. And also that you have a knowledge management system. I know it may come as a surprise to people in this room, but then again, it may not. How many companies don't have a knowledge management system? We just got an inquiry from a customer that has thousands of documents in Dropbox. That is not a knowledge management system. Nobody is able to find the knowledge, and I am sure the knowledge is not going in properly. And I lied to you. It wasn't thousands. It was actually tens of thousands. All right? It was tens of thousands. That means nobody's able to find anything. And I lied to you again. 330,000 documents in Dropbox. That is the number. I am not lying. All right? You need a wiki. And if you don't have one, you know, it only gets worse with time until you end up with 330,000, and then you have to reach out to WikiTech, and you pay a lot of money. All right. I am Mike Hecht. I am the CEO of WikiTech. So, the kind of things that you would want it to be in the wiki, how do I get access to our Jira? You can categorize that as, I want a how-to guide. It could be, I need a password or something. Where do I find it? It could be, I need somebody to approve it. I need my permissions set correctly. We use Jira at WikiTech because we found it's the least worst solution. What's the policy for taking days off before major deadlines? That's obviously under the category of internal policies. I heard we use Slack, but I don't know which channels I should be on or monitoring. That's a description of internal tools and procedures and how to actually use them. I am headed to the conference that doesn't have a set abbreviation. How do I submit for travel reimbursement? And that guy with the glasses isn't here today. Why is everybody looking at me? Is there somebody else who can help me with this? All right. Hopefully you don't have to ask the guy with the glasses for any questions, but if you don't have a current knowledge management system, he comes in very handy. If he's not there, then you have a problem. All right, here's a little poll. You could submit it anonymously. I'd like to know, for everybody here, how good is your knowledge management system? I'll leave this up for a few seconds. So we're looking more in terms of how much of your company's knowledge is actually in there. There are a few options. We'll take a poll. I know we're going to have, actually, I hope, a better spread than the general population as far as companies. All right, another couple seconds. All right. And let's hope that worked. So, we have one vote. Actually, I didn't refresh it. That was my own submission. All right. There we go. Okay. So, we have for the first option, we always ask the guy with the glasses. Should I refresh? Give you guys a few more seconds. Okay. We always ask the guy with the glasses. We have 2 votes. We may have documents in Google Drive or something. That's 3 votes. It's not very useful. Okay, no votes. It covers many topics, is basically up to date and gets used. That's 4 votes, and you should totally see it. It's perfect. Thank you for the 2 votes from WikiTech. I appreciate that. All right. That's not great. Okay, we're better than the general population, and I think it was basically half and half. I think more above the line than below the line. Not the way it should be, right? So that's why we're going to talk about why isn't that in the wiki and How do you solve the problem? You have to start with a good foundation because you end up with something like this. The wiki is solid. That would be a great starting point if that was possible. But if you have a wiki that's solid, then people use the wiki. If people use the wiki, people contribute to the wiki. And of course, if people contribute to the wiki is solid, stays current. The problem is breaking out to into that circle, right? How do you get in there? That's what we call in the US a catch-22. I don't know if that makes any sense here. It doesn't make any sense in the US either. I have no idea why it's called a catch-22. How do you get there? Well, you have to start somewhere. You're going to start with a blank slate. And you're going to need absolutely in the beginning management buy-in. So management buy-in is essentially them saying this is a priority, this is something we value, and this is something, frankly, we're going to have to enforce. Lead by example. The management's got to use the wiki. So, you know, it's very easy for managers to say, like all managers do for everything, I'm not interested in doing this, I'm going to pass this off to somebody else. But the managers have to actually be contributing their knowledge to the wiki. And people learn from that. Make it a policy. I know Cindy speaks about that. If one of her managers previously, if it didn't happen, if it's not in the wiki, it didn't happen, all right? And that's super important. And the managers have to be constantly communicating that to the employees. So, for example, anytime somebody asks me a question, I get a Slack question, my first question is, did you check the wiki? If the answer is no, I usually won't get a response back. If the answer is yes, I checked it, it's not in there, or I couldn't find it, which is just as bad, then I give them the answer, and then I say, put it in the wiki. I'm still a manager. All right. Onboarding integration, that has to be an essential part of onboarding, and the truth is, that has to be onboarding. When we onboard somebody at WikiTech, you may remember, all we do is send a URL. That's literally it. We put them in an account on our internal wiki, send them a URL, you go in, it walks you through the whole thing, it'll show you all the important pages within the wiki, and hopefully everything is in there that you need to know. And there's somebody usually helping with the onboarding. Any questions they have, that's a problem, right? And that you have to get into that mindset that if somebody's asking a question, that's a problem, and it's solved by putting it in the wiki so that the next person won't have that question. All right, some ways internally to make sure it stays current. You have it current, which is great. Wow, very unusual. Appoint wiki ambassadors and champions. This is the actual badge of our wiki ambassador, who may be in the room right now, all right? And that badge is actually on the main page of the wiki, in the most valuable real estate in the entire company, all right, literally. All right, you go to the main page of the wiki, it says the ambassador badge with the employee who is the ambassador. All right, that's somebody who, you have to pick the right person, right? It's passionate individuals who maintain and promote the wiki, all right? And that's a wiki-wide, a company-wide position, right? It's people, it could be more than one person, but people who are really going to make sure, right? Some people call it the wiki police. They go over to people and say, you need to document that. Or they'll look at the structure of the wiki and figure out how can it be improved. Then you have wiki champions. If you're big enough, you may want an individual champion for each team, and that's basically making sure that that team's documentation is properly in there. Gamification. I have mixed feelings about this. But points and badges. Incentivize contributions with points and badges. Leaderboards. And this presentation is really not MediaWiki specific. This is just general knowledge management, but there are MediaWiki extensions that will help you with these things. And actual rewards. Ooh, people who get actual money. All right, why am I hesitant about this? Any ideas?
You don't want to give us the money?
I don't want to give you the money. So generally that's true, but in this case, if it actually helped us get a better wiki, I'm all for it. Thank you, Daniel. Any other ideas? Why do you think I'm hesitant?
You
right? You get too much, right? Basically, you get too much figuring, people who are trying to like game the gamification, right? Figure out what is going to get me, especially if it's a tangible reward. And that, you know, not the most comfortable thing. Anything else?
You value external
motivation. Very good. Okay, so I've been previously a teacher and currently a parent, and that's a very important idea also for companies as well. All these things are external motivations, all right? Especially this one. These to a certain extent, right? But really, the best way to motivate is for people to get an internal feeling, right? Of, I helped somebody, I produced something useful, and it feels better inside, and that means it's a much better motivation than any of these things. These could be better, because this is a little bit more about goals, setting goals, and I think it's actually better to have it as a team. So if you have individual teams within the company, they can kind of compare with the other teams. And individual challenges. So it's not so much about the rewards. This actually is kind of intrinsic motivation, where you can feel like I accomplished or my team accomplished. Dedicated wiki days. This really shows management buy-in to say we're going to take off time of our deadline that we're already behind schedule. We're going to block off time on the calendar. Company-wide event. Everybody's coming to the wiki. Specific goals that we're going to set. It's great to have actual metrics. How many new pages we want? How many modified pages do we want? Right? Things like that. And have fun. So consider what you want to serve. Perhaps some alcoholic beverages, depending on the culture of your company. I know ours would have, yeah. Okay. Feedback and continuous improvement. So this was mentioned before, but it's great to have anonymous feedback for an anonymous feedback form for suggestions from people actually using the wiki, or better yet, not using the wiki. Why not? Regularly review and update the wiki based on feedback. See, the wiki is not just about its content, it's about its features, creating it correctly. And sometimes the content can be great and it's all up to date, but if the methods of actually getting the content in, if the user experience is not good, it's not going to stay current. All right. It's great to have great tools. Make it easy. So your wiki has to be super easy in every respect, and make it enjoyable. We spoke about the intrinsic motivation. So this is enjoyable to actually use it and enjoyable to contribute and make it helpful. Because if you have like pages that you're creating and nobody's going to ever use them, so then nobody's going to create the pages. You want to make sure that the wiki is kind of like the glue. I know, Richard, you were mentioning the constellations and, right, the MediaWiki. That's the way kind of I view it. You may have a ton of tools. You probably have too many tools in your company. But there's one tool to rule them all, and that is MediaWiki, right? To have, or whatever wiki you choose. Any wiki is better than no wiki, right? Whatever wiki you choose, that's the glue. That's the starting point, right? Whenever I have any question, my first step is I'm going to check in the wiki. All right, an example of a great tool. So this is an internal tool. This hasn't been released. I am of the opinion that when you create internal tools, and to a certain extent external tools as well, first you make it terrible, all right? You make it terrible and you start using it in its terrible state, okay? I'm talking about like initial commit level, right? It may not be everybody using it, but you start using it and you figure out, first of all, is this something we're actually going to end up using? I've made that mistake. We've developed internal tools, launched them, and then nobody uses them, and it's a complete waste of time, right? But you make something terrible and then see, like if people are using it and it's terrible, you're onto something. And you'll also get quick feedback on where should this go. So right now this is in a not terrible state, but it's not ready for public release, but I am happy to release it to you if you would like, if you want to use this. What does it do? You may have guessed. I mentioned we use Jira for our project management. So that WIK-1726 is the JIRA ID of a task in JIRA. So when you put that into the commit summary, not the commit summary, the edit summary of a wiki page, automatically that will post a comment into our JIRA. That would look something like this. So here's an actual task from our wiki, create MWCon Fall 2024 presentation. I said it doesn't have a standard abbreviation. Why isn't that in the wiki? All right, you could read the description. You can see there's a subtask actually, which I want to thank Anton for styling my presentation and all of the Wikitech presentations. They look great. They were not designed by me because I would design like a programmer. All right, and here you could see that 6 seconds ago when we saved that wiki page, it actually put a comment on here. All right, now that's very important because first of all, we're making it that I don't want to see the documentation in JIRA, right? I view JIRA as great for temporary communication. You have a task. I'm creating a presentation. I'm done. I'm in the middle. What do you think about this, right? But then there's permanent knowledge of, hey, everybody, I gave a presentation on this. If you want to check it out, here's the link, okay? Normally it wouldn't go on the main page. That was just a test. But that would be like the permanent knowledge. So, you know, you don't want that to be a Slack announcement either. That's something that should go in there. So instead of putting this in here, whatever's permanent knowledge doesn't go in JIRA in the comments. It goes in the wiki, and then you just put in, right? We spoke about make it easy. You just put in the JIRA ID, and it shows up. So why would you put it in JIRA if you could do it the right way that easily? Also, when somebody is, let's say the reporter, the manager, is looking at the task, well, you finished the task, really? Why don't I see one of these comments here saying that this was done, right? There's probably some permanent knowledge in this task that should be in there. Not always, but if there is, it's very easy for the manager to see it's not in the wiki. And if it is in the wiki, very easy to take a look. You see that it has the diff there. Take a quick look, quick glance, be able to quickly see what the wiki used to look like, the wiki page, and what it looks like now. So, to recap, so your wiki needs a good foundation. You have to start with something. To break through that catch-22, you're going to have to put actual content in, and that's going to take a lot of effort. Once that effort is done, and you have a solid wiki, and it is current, then you're in good shape. And hopefully, you know, if it's done right, like the managers don't have to worry about it, right? Management buy-in, wiki ambassadors and champions. It's all about creating a culture. Culture is super important at a company, and it's always obvious which companies have a culture of transparency, of knowledge sharing, and which ones don't. You could see it just in the quality of the product. I could share this. When I get called by spammers, which sometimes they call on the business line, then I get very excited. I will ask them what they're using for their internal knowledge management. I'm like, this is great, you know, because I'm always trying to talk to these companies and reach out to them and cold call and whatever, and now they're calling me. So I'm like, hey, what do you guys use for your knowledge management? And they're usually, sometimes they actually answer. They'll be like, oh, we kind of don't really have one. Or they'll be like, oh, we use SharePoint. You know, sometimes because they want your business, they're kind of interested, you know. And then I'll be like, do you know about MediaWiki? You know, it's a great product. And they're like, you know, I'm trying to call you because I'm like, one second. You want to do business with us, right? So let me tell you how it works here. We do business with companies that are ultimate in their efficiency. So how about this? Why don't you talk to us about your knowledge management? We'll improve it. And once we know that you're an efficient company that works well, we'd love to do business with you. Okay. All right. I don't usually get callbacks. All right. Gamification. So this is just about making it fun. It has to be done carefully. It has to fit into your company culture. But if it's done right, it can actually be very useful. Dedicated wiki days show that this is actually something very important. right? That goes back to the ambassadors and champions, right? Highlight the people who are actually helping the wiki, right? In whatever way you can, so that you show it's important, right? If you're the manager, so that everybody knows there's a one-stop shop for anything wiki, and whoever is actually the ambassador and champion feels like they're actually doing something that's appreciated. Feedback, it's good to do constant improvement. There are always innovations. There's AI, right? There's always ways to improve things. Get feedback, figure out how you can do that. I have no idea how CI got in there. Okay. Great tools.
CI is continuous improvements.
Oh, okay. I got it. Okay. Thank you, Daniel. Continuous improvement, yes. And great tools. I showed you one. I'm happy to share it. And now, Bernard, you'll be happy to hear. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much. A very simple question. How do you get management buy-in? Any ideas from a CEO?
Okay, it depends. Well, first, which perspective are you asking in? If you're the CEO, how do you get management buy-in?
Yeah.
So.
No, if you're somebody who's in the organization and want to sell the idea about
right. Okay, so whenever you're selling, I'm not going to go into a full sales course, but think about what does the other person want, right? What are they looking for? So go over to them and ask them a really annoying question, okay? Super annoying that they hate answering, but they always get asked. And be like, and then they're annoyed, right? And you'd be like, I feel like you probably don't enjoy when people come to you with these questions. And I have a great idea. If we had a knowledge management system, you could tell me personally the answers to all the questions, right, that people ask you and that annoy you, and I'm going to make sure it gets in there. And then from then on, right, once it's good, everybody else is going to contribute all those things. And anytime you get an annoying question, you tell them, right, put that in the wiki, and then everybody will have to stop asking you, right? So that's how I would do it.
You mentioned leaderboards, badges, and monetary awards. Does Wiki plan on implementing that?
Have you checked the wiki?
I can say there is the open Jira task for wiki improvement.
Okay.
And you can track your time there.
Okay, so that's actually true, and maybe I should have mentioned in the presentation. So I mentioned the ambassador badges with the person who actually is the wiki ambassador. His name is up there. So also, we're very structured at Wikitech. Like, if you're a developer, like, you can't just go off and do whatever you want. Like, you really have to be, we're very like task focused, and it's got to be approved by a manager, right? We're very, very rigid like that. However, there's one thing that everybody is always invited to do, which is improve the wiki. Like, you don't need it, you just go, and like, you don't need approval. If you have an idea, you just go with it. And like that, again, it's showing like this is, important, and hopefully people will take that incentive to actually do it. It works pretty well, yeah.
I'm very interested in your Jira integration, and I will
You got it.
try it.
Absolutely.
So we have it's somewhere in Google Drive problem.
Yes.
One of the reasons we have this problem is because the editing and collaboration experience with Google Docs is so powerful. And so how do you're speaking to kind of like how easy the tool is to use, but like how do you bridge that gap?
So if that's the issue, that's going to be difficult to solve, although I know Halovelt presented yesterday on a real-time editor in MediaWiki. And that's useful if you have people who are actually like in a room or something like that, or working remotely together. I found that people generally like don't mind working on their own. Like, they don't mind, I should say asynchronously. So yeah, if you have the right system, one person will go in and somebody else will come in and edit it and improve it. You know, people, I think in corporations, we're used to like the document mindset where it's like my document. Whereas if you have the right culture and you have the right wiki, there is no such thing as my document. And I think you have to be a little bit careful about how much credit is being shown on the page. I mean, it could be useful, right? Who created it? It's an incentive. Who modified it? But like, you don't want people to feel like this is my wiki page, because then you end up with a second one, right? Just like you would have in Google Docs, Google Drive. So I think that if the problem is that MediaWiki doesn't have enough collaboration tools, it's going to be hard to solve. But I found that if you do things right, people will be fine with editing other people's, you know, wiki pages, improving them, contributing within, you know, their own knowledge within it.
One last one. I just want to thank you for the question, because I just missed it to mention. I think this is really key. I mean, one is the document mindset, and the other thing is really the editing experience.
Yep.
So we are happy to hand out by API any content from our system, because we think that the main reason to go to our wiki is that the editing experience is at least as easy as Word. So thanks for the hint, and I think this is still a challenge. I mean, also technical to have a very nice, efficient editor.
Yep.
And we have lost systems because of that.
For sure.
So we shut down systems because the editor was either worse or too expensive to maintain.
Right.
It's really a challenge.
Yeah, it's about the make it easy and make it enjoyable.
Yeah, I was just going to echo the same thing. I also work in a place that ironically has everything lost in Google Drive and Google Docs, and that is very ironic because of where I work. And I will say that my prior experience in the third-party MediaWiki community, which I value tremendously, and as Ike said, having worked on a project in particular where there was a very strong champion for wiki usage and contribution, one of the things that helped was a lot of the enterprise MediaWiki extensions that are not available on Wikipedia and on the Wikimedia wikis that improve the editing experience incredibly, and I think, yeah, that is a different environment. It has different incentives and supports. So having form-based editing, having a semantic model within the wiki that helps support and buttress your information really does help that contribution.
Thank you. That's the perfect transition to the next talk. So thank you, Ike, again,
Right.
for this great
Thank you.
Talking about tools and user experience, I think we have the perfect next talk here with Miriam from Hallo Welt, from Blue Spice MediaWiki. She will share some new insights. I can tell you 1 year ago I was mind blown by some of the great tools they provided, mimicking is maybe a bad word, but putting features from Confluence to MediaWiki. And it's interesting because if you don't know Confluence, you don't know that you are missing these features. I'm a Confluence user.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Only because there is no MediaWiki in this organization where I also work. So, but there are some nice features, and Hallo Welt is trying to also make less and less arguments for why you absolutely need Confluence, and I think that's great. So, Miriam, thank you.
Yes, I hope I can continue with that. So I will present you some new features which were developed this year by the Blue Spice developer team. And I want to highlight them because they are Blue Spice independent, so you don't need Blue Spice to use them. And they address some core MediaWiki functionalities, so like redesign, some special pages, or also enhancing some functionalities. So the agenda is I will quickly introduce what is Blue Spice. So I will talk about 4 main use cases, which we try to cover with BlueSpice, and then I will talk about the features. So that's the extension Notify Me, then enhanced standard UIs, AI editing assistant, and at last, number headings. So BlueSpice is a open source enterprise wiki software that was designed for professional use within organizations. So it has a wide range of extensions which give the user a wide range how to manage and organize the content. And with those extensions, we can cover those 4 main use cases. So BlueSpice as an integrated management system, as a documentation system, as an organizational menu, and as a knowledge base. So with the integrated management system, this brings together all important rules to help a company stay organized and up to date. And BlueSpice offers some various tools how you can do that. So there are, for example, templates, which can be added to BlueSpice, and they are designed for integrated management system, and also with that you're able to be ISO compliant. So to get I lost my point. To get no. Sorry. So yeah, you have the templates, and then you can get ISO compliant. So. Also, there are several extensions where you can ensure that documents go through the right review and approval process. So we have draft and approved versions, and the workflow from getting from a draft to approved version can be customized to fit each customer's needs. So if someone wants to have 3 people watching over a draft version and then it should be approved, then you can do that, or if you only want to have 1 person, so we can customize that with extensions. Also, you can do BPMN diagrams, or using BlueSpice for the risk management, and also keeping records of incidents and risks and reports. So then, as a documentation system, so you store every important data about agreements, decisions which were made. So, for example, you can also document your customers, or you can use BlueSpice for IT documentation. And for example, here you can use that for a customer documentation, so everyone in the company knows where to look and get the relevant information about. So, if I have to work with a customer, I can read there who I have to contact for, who's the responsible project manager, which version are they using, so I get a feeling for, or I know what to do and who I have to contact for that. And also then you can edit that and keep that up to date, so everyone who has to work with the customer after me knows the latest updates. Then we have BlueSpice as an organization manual. So that would be a structured guide, for example, to keep all relevant information about the company in one place. So, for example, you know where to look. So we had currently before in the talk, if the responsible person is not there, who can I ask instead of that? So this would be information we can store there. Also policies or information for the daily tasks of employees can be stored there. So everything about the organization itself in a structured way. And yeah, knowledge base is probably the most known use case. So get every knowledge of a company, of department or a team together in one place, so they can learn from each other, and nobody has to relearn everything on their own, because you can share that and should use that as well. So those 4 main use cases should be usable in one system, so that makes it hard, or BlueSpice has to be very flexible in its use, and also with making it possible to navigate through those different use cases. So we have not only the MediaWiki sidebar to build a navigation, we also have, for example, a custom menu which can be set up, or also users can set up their own navigation in the personal menu, and we have also the option to make books, so you can bring together different pages in one book, and then you have a structured navigation from chapter to each chapter. And I also, because I'm working on the front end, want to highlight our skin, because we have our own skin, which also can be adapted to the corporate design of customers. So there is a dedicated page in the wiki where you can get there and upload your logo and adapt the colors with color pickers, so to increase also the user experience. No, I don't want to thank you right now, because now I'll switch to the extensions. And the first one is extension Notify Me. And that is a replacement for us for the Echo extension due to some options and features we want to introduce. So I'll share now the notification center. That's pretty similar like the existing one. But we, for example, did some changes to the grouping of messages. So if you got a notification that someone has edited the page use cases, then I'll see here, oh, there are 2 more edits. So in the previous one, you get 3 notifications with the same size, and now they are grouped together to see more of the real important things. So I see the page use cases was edited, also the page manual customizing, and I can see that there was more, but that is not needed. So the readability of the real important things is increased with that. And also we changed the filtering, but I will show you how, because that's relevant, how you can set up the preference. And that's, so we still have the notifications tab in the user preferences, and then you can set up your configuration for notifications. And that's totally different than it is in the MediaWiki core itself. So we have, in the old system, you have radio buttons and select if it's a web notification or a namespace or an email. And we changed that into another approach. So you can set up notifications for a dedicated book, for a namespace, a category, your watch list, or your assigned pages. So example, if you want to have a notification for a namespace, then you can select that. You also see it filtered for content namespaces and system namespaces. And I could choose here use cases, and then I have to set the type of the notification. So we have the content low frequency, that are actions which doesn't have happen that often. So for example, page creation or deletion. So if you only want to get notified with that, then you can choose that one. We have also the content high frequency, so that's every page edit, then you will get notified about that. And we also have the quality monitoring. That's, for example, if a page is expired or everything regarding approval, then you will get notified about that. And each notification will be sent out in the web interface, so that is not an option anymore, but you can choose if you want to have that as an email or not. What's not visible to the user is notifications regarding the user. So if permissions are changed or a user is mentioned on a page, the notification will be sent via web and email, so that is not a customizable option here, because regarding the user, he has to know that something has happened and he should get informed about that. But the main part of Notify Me is that you can customize the email templates which are sent out. So we have 3 pages now in the MediaWiki namespace. That's the wrapper.mail, the digest notification.mail, and the single notification.mail. So we keep the summary or also the single notification, and the wrapper.mail is everything about the styling and the, it wraps the content into the mail, and you also can see a preview then. And this can be customized via HTML. So if we go into the edit mode, then we have the code editor with preloaded And then, for example, we have here this help with mail content, and this shows you what you can change. So, for example, how you could add the logo which is uploaded to the wiki. So this will automatically be the logo here. Then you also can see which are the content variables. So this is what's the message, which user indicated the notification, who is the target user, and then you can build your content of the email yourself. Also, we have some coloring. This integrates again with our skin, but since we're using here plain HTML, you can also add the value of the color itself directly here in the template. And it also supports message keys. They can be added here as well. So you can customize if you want to have a different message, you can add that here as well. And then, for example, if we have some here, for example, there's a page added, this will look like this. So we have a single notification about something, or if we have the digest, then you get a list of that, and you also can customize that, how you want to have that visible. So I'll show you quickly also the single notification, because you have to keep in the wrapper.mail this content part, otherwise the content will not get passed into that one. And then you have here all your HTML, and you can also link, for example, to the user page if that's necessary for you or not, but that's also here again available with the help what you can do. Then I will continue with the enhanced standard UIs. That's, for example, about the all pages. We did a redesign of that special page. So currently that's a plain list listing all pages. Even if they're sub-pages, they also have the complete title inside of that. And we decided to make that more readable and to reduce the load of links you have to read at the first part. So subpages are hidden now in trees, for example. So if I expand how to, I can see there is one subpage in how to with the name review. To make that a little bit easier to read, but if you're searching for something, then every path will be expanded automatically. So if you're searching for contacts, it will automatically find subpages and expand then the paths, because otherwise subpages will be hidden at first. But if you're searching for something, then that's also expanded to see them. We also did some changes here with the namespaces. So in the old one, you have a drop-down listing all namespaces which are available, but most of the users won't use system namespaces. They want to have the content namespaces, and that's why we did a pre-filtering for that. But also, if it's required, you can show non-content namespaces, then you will get the complete list. And this is also stored in the user settings. So if you want to have the template namespace all the time visible, then you can set that up for your user, and that's it. And also talk namespaces, if you want to see them, then you get the real long list of all namespaces. Yes, that's about the all pages. We also did a redesign of the file list.
Really quick.
Yes?
On the links for a page, there was a pop-up that showed briefly when you hovered over.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. That's a good hint. We have here also a page info dialog integrated. So if you click on that, you will get real quick the information about the. But that's an integration from another extension called Standard Dialogues. So this will, if you have that one, you will get. Otherwise, you will be linked to the action info. Yeah, and also if the pages on your watch list is here highlighted as well, that's the little star icon. Yes. So then the files list. That's also a table right now, but we did that, did a little redesign on that to make that easier to read, and also here to have the option to see only the relevant information for you, so you can also add different colors like size or categories. And that's also a user setting, so you can see only the file name if you don't want to know which user uploaded the file, but it's also still available. And yeah, you can search for it. We also have here some icons, so if you click on info, for example, you get also an info dialog with metadata, but that's not available for this file. You will get also a preview again, and you can see directly the version history. And it will list how many versions had the file, and you can also get then to the previous file. And you have a link to the file page. You can also directly re-upload a new version of the file and delete that. So we also added this tiles view. So that's bigger images to see which is what the image does contain. And we have here a different icon. So if you click on that, the file link is copied to the clipboard. So if you're editing a page and you want to insert a file and could have a look here, which image I want to use, and then copy the file link and insert that on the page directly, for example. Then I'll have another one. Those are all in the extension enhanced standard UIs, but if you want, for example, only the all pages, but not the file list, that's configurable. So you can select, I only want to use the file list, but not, or I only want to use the all pages and not the file list. You can use that however you want. And also what's inside of this extension is the history, what we have seen on Robert's talk yesterday. So we also thought the version history there are long lines, and it's hard to read and get the relevant information, what is really necessary. So we decided we will make a grid as well here to have the revision, who changed that, and also which is the difference, summary, and again, there are more things to change, or columns to add. And also if, for example, we have the approved, we are in a namespace with approval, then this information will be also visible here and gets a column. Is this a draft version? Is this a approved version? And who approved that? So this information will all go together in here as well. And what's also something I want to mention is the selection of how you can compare the versions. So if you select, I want to compare this one, I can only select one anymore, and then I cannot click. I have to unselect something to change that, so that you really know what you're comparing, because otherwise the selection will change every time, and I guess that's very confusing for the user. And then if you click on compare versions, you will get to the normal diff view, so that's not part of that one, but here the comparison. Yes, then I'll have the AI editing assistant. That will support a user if he's writing content and if he wants to improve or needs help with writing the content. Then we have an integration into this little pop-up with the little robot icon. And if I click on that, I can make a selection of a command. So if, for example, I want to make that longer, then, so for setting up this extension, you need a provider. Currently, it's connected with ChatGPT, and I added a key so that that it's possible to use the ChatGPT API. And if I click make longer, the text which is written will be sent to ChatGPT, and then I will get the replacement for that. So I could also improve that again, or say, okay, that's fine, I want to replace that, and then it's replaced. Yes. And the last, yes, can I do it? To make it longer and longer, yes. And then we do the summarize. To make it short again. Yes. Yeah, it will take some time. Yeah. So you can do that. It's questionable if that's really helpful then, but okay. The last thing is something which was a core feature in MediaWiki and got removed with Rel 135, and we had a lot of requests if we could reintroduce that feature, and that was the user setting with numbering the headings. And that's why we added the global config now in the extension number headings. So if you enable that, that's and we reload the page, then you're getting the numbers back. So if anyone needs this feature, number headings is the way to go with a global setting now instead of a user preference. But that's reintroducing functionality which got removed. Yes, so I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So you also introduced this real-time collaboration tool. A question, could the AI agent also be a collaborator in the real-time editing tool?
One user could use that.
Yeah, I mean, you write something, and I mean, like you type something, and then he tries to, as you in Copilot, he tries to complete your sentence or make.
No, that's not. So you have to send the complete text to ChatGPT. It's not directly, automatically filling something. No, that's not possible.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
You showed the version history in,
yes.
In a table form, which I initiated a pull request, a feature request for this because this strange things. Can you export it also? That would be great.
You cannot export this one, but that would be possible to do. Yes.
Okay, go on.
So the AI editing assistant
yes.
looks really interesting. I want to go try it out, but the code seems to be missing from the Garrett repo. I was wondering if it is going to be made available.
Yes, of course. So maybe it didn't made it in time to get published to the day, so it will be published. Yes.
It is already in code review.
Ah, yeah.
It will be published soon.
Ah, okay. It just hasn't merged. I will go look at the pending patches. Thank you.
Could you go back to the all pages just
yes.
Lynn is taking a picture and I'm
yes. I'll make the namespaces shorter.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all of this. I'm very interested in the numbered headings. And interestingly, in our world, the first chapter is seldom chapter 1. And we often begin documents with prefaces and things like that that need to be edited. So I can't make them not headings. But I would love to be able to restart the numbering arbitrarily and have the table of contents, the automatic table of contents match. Is that a feature? And if it's not, would that be hard?
I'm not sure if I got the point right. So it will sync the numbers of the automatic table of contents with the headings. So if you're doing that on your own without being in the table of contents, how should it?
It's a bizarre need. Yeah. Okay. So the first editable section heading is often not listed as chapter 1.
Ah, okay.
And it's often not
no, that's currently not possible to make that a different number.
Okay. So thank you very much, Miriam. It was very interesting
Thanks.
again. Their presentation is going to be about a concept editor. I'm curious to see. Manager. I'm curious to see what that is.
Okay. Thank you for having us, and we'll talk about our new product. It's called, in Dutch, Begrip in Excel, because it's a Dutch product in this phase of its existence. But you can translate it to concept management. So all the screens you will see in the next slides will be in Dutch, but to get it in English is one step extra, I guess. Because it's also a Dutch project, because we do it for the Dutch government, and for some government agencies, that's why we started in Dutch. The talk is divided in 2 sections. One is kind of business talk from me, and one is more technical from Robin. Sorry, I have to pronounce in Dutch, of course. Now, GRC-ATF is an enterprise consultancy firm founded almost 2 decades ago, and formerly we specialized in information and enterprise architecture. We still are, but we're more and more doing projects in knowledge management. And now we are growing through all the years, and we also have a real office now. Not the whole building, only this part, but we have ambitions. So we're based in the Netherlands, and okay, that's a nice place to be. The background. It's all about information exchange in our country, in the Netherlands. And it's about governmental ecosystems which are growing and growing, because we have all kinds of departments on the central government level, but also on the local levels, which have to communicate all kinds of systems and data flow between all those systems. And it's increasingly important because legislation is going quicker and faster, and we have to build all kinds of systems. Our tax office is getting a bit overworked because all the changes are coming constantly. So data and exchange of data is growing more and more important. And to achieve this, we have to have standards for communication. Otherwise, it's impossible. You can't send a data set with no description about it, because otherwise you don't understand what the data means. And there are all kinds of standards for that already, which facilitate this process, because for example, for data models we use the UML, for the quality of data we use DCAT, and MIM is also a Dutch profile for UML, but we'll have all kinds of standards to express the meaning of data. And one of the most important parts is not only the data itself, but also the description of what the data means, and also what every concept which describes data means. And that's the highest level of the description you need to understand data. And that's why we use ontologies, lists of values, or otherwise, you call it in English? Thesaurus? Thesauri? I don't know. Thesaurus, eh? Yeah, something like that. So what we really need is a common language to express this data, and especially also metadata. And that's what we are doing now in the Netherlands. We are now in a phase where we acknowledge this problem, and we're also working on it to make those standards based on international standards, because we do need the fair use of government information. It's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And the other part is, what is also important, it should work in a federated way. You can't have one single truth of meaning. We always have meanings which have a context, and how you have to use it, and how you read it, etc. So in the end, you need a standard which describes this, and this is what we have called SBB. That's the standaard voor beschrijven van begrippen. You don't understand what I mean, but it's Dutch for a standard to describe concepts. How do you do that? There are standards for, but we also made one available now in Holland, which is, oh yeah, that's the other one, which consists of international standards, by SCAS, Dublin Core, Cashew, and all those ones. But we made a set and we put it down as a standard, and government agencies are obliged to use them. That standard, that specific standard. I have a project. This picture describes a project where I started with a few months ago. We have something called provinces in Holland. That's a kind of administration level between the central government and municipalities. We call that provinces or counties. I guess in other countries you have the same paradigm. And that's where it also plays an important role, because all the provinces have their own dictionaries, have their own lists of definitions and concepts and ontologies. And what we're doing now is making a platform where we make use of all those standards and where we have centralized definitions where possible, but decentralized where necessary, because that provinces are, for Dutch standards, quite big, and they also have their own language. Even in Holland we have different languages, and also have different standards and different circumstances why they need decentralized lists of definitions, of concepts. And what we're trying to do is to build an ecosystem of concepts which are interrelated to each other and based on each other, and try to not to standardize all those concepts, but to connect them to each other so we know what the differences are, and maybe standardize, but that's not the purpose. As I said, LSB is the basis for concept management. That's you can put it in different forms in a simple glossary. It's just a list of values, but you can also build in taxonomy or thesaurus. That's the different ways to make the concepts in an adaptable and reusable way. There are all kinds of properties you can use within to describe those concepts. Like, for example, to explain it in plain language, because a lot of terms and concepts are quite complex if you make a definition. So you have to make it readable for all kinds of persons and for audiences to read it. And also references to legal basis, because it's also important that you know that it's a legal definition, and that it's in the law that says that it is like that way. That's for the human readability, but the other purpose is to make it machine readable. Because the same publication has to be human readable, but also machine readable, so we can use it as a linked data store to be used by all kinds of systems. What I just said, it was based on international standards, cost and national standards, and the goal is the semantic interoperability. So to put it in an image, physical reality on the left side, the living environment in which we live, and the legal reality in which all the concepts and definitions originate from. The semantic layer we are busy to develop with each other as governmental agencies, agencies who do something about the standardization about all those concepts and all the international vocabularies that you use therefore. So it's not a Dutch invention, it's just using international standards therefore. And this is an elaborate part of all those vocabulary standards we use in this one. These are, some are Dutch, some are international, and these are almost all international standards we use. And this is the concept of how we handle the metadata of data. And what I'm circling in the yellow circles there is the topics we use in our editor. So it's about almost I can read it. Okay, it's using my glasses, I think. And the law, the concept and definition will come from law, and we put it in concepts in a conceptual framework, and we use them as a basis for data models and data elements, etc. We use this standard, which is based on these international standards. That's basically the context in which we use it. You could say, why yet another concept manager? Because there are a lot of those tools around for years and years. But I don't know if you know this one. That's the one we came up with. Fogbench, Pool Party, Protégé, maybe you know some of them. These are tools which are used by mainly specialists to build taxonomies, to build ontologies. But what we need is a toolkit for knowledge workers, because those are the people who are responsible for the right definitions and also who manage those definitions. They do it once or twice a year and they don't work with those complicated tools, those specialized tools. So we are targeted to have something for this audience. And we also already had a content viewer. You can also see that later on, in which we propagate those concepts or publish those concepts as human readable and machine readable, but now we place on top of that a concept editor based on MediaWiki. So that's why we are here and tell this story. As a development, we have developed it together with some governmental agencies, and we nearly complete it now, and this week or next week we will be finished, and then we have a first version which will be used in several projects, about 3 I think. And it could be what we think a good beginning for standardization of working with concepts within the government. And what we are, in the next phase we will also develop some new functionality, because we're talking about different ontologies and concepts models, and they're also connected to each other, and it's not enough to only have a link, a reference to it, but you also must be able to reuse the definition of a concept which is managed by someone else. And not by copy and pasting it, but just reusing it in real time. So you can point to a concept in another model, but you can make it a member of your own model and make your own relationships and maybe your own context around it, instead of that you are responsible for the managing of the definition itself. That's what the agency who is responsible for that. So that's the next phase we're doing. We're going to develop the adoption of concepts, so you can have a really federated system. Let's see about your time. Maybe it's good to go to the real screens, which make it also nice to look at. But it's some links in that you can already take a look at that, because it's still called Begrip Excel, so translated to Concept Excel. It's for concept publishing, browsing and searching, management and uploading, and there are some more features which are present on that page. And the concept manager, it's intended for an audience of business users, so we keep it as simple as possible. It's used for simple management for a single edit, but also we have a nice feature we call bulk edit, in which you can edit several pages in one session, because that's a good way of you don't have to go to every concept itself, because the status is different, and because you also have meetings in which you say we have we give a new status to a set of concepts. You want to use it in a table and change it for a series of pages, and not by going to each page itself. Robin will also talk about the interaction with other systems, and we have the CSV way of interacting with other systems, but also with RDF, and including mappings to this standard. So also with the bus interlocking itself. And the concept viewer, that's what we won't talk about it a lot, but that's what we already have. That's for the publication. If you go to begripexcel.nl, you can see about 20 or 30 of those ontologies we already published with that tool. So let's go to the screens.
All right, thank you, Twan. Now I cannot stand here and take credit all for the work we've done all by myself. The development team at ArchiExcel has been working hard on this project for the last couple of months, so know that that is appreciated. Our technical implementation has MediaWiki as its core. We use Semantic MediaWiki on top. We have our own couple of extensions that have a very strict dependency to page forms. amongst other extensions as well. At the conference, we've seen a number of different ways to generate forms and to manage your knowledge model. You will see one more now. We have our own product called SmartCore, which is the extension that facilitates the management of knowledge models within the wiki. Based on these knowledge models, it generates forms using page forms. And coincidentally, whenever you save a page that is using an element type that is defined in this knowledge model, all of your data will also be stored as semantic data. So what does this knowledge model look like? Let's take a very simple one. We see the entity type person, which we call an element type in our knowledge model. It has a property, which is called was born on. And we see that we've modeled a relation to another entity, which is called birthplace. And the element relation is called born in. Now I know that was born on can be modeled as a relation to another entity as well, a date entity. But for simplicity, let's model it as a simple property value of type date here. Now we have this Dutch standard, the NLSBB, that explains us the different element types that there are, what property values can these elements have, and what relations can these elements have amongst each other. So if we take a very simple, similar approach, we see that as an element or as an entity, we have concepts. For example, a concept can have a property that's called has definition, and it has a relationship to another element type that is called concept scheme, which it has a relation to called in scheme. So the entities we call in our knowledge models element types. We have element properties and element relations. So I'm going to switch to the browser. See if this is readable. Yeah, it should be fine. So again, apologies for everything being in Dutch, but as it is a Dutch standard, we didn't go through the hassle of translating everything to English just for this demonstration. This is the wiki page of one of our element types. It's the main element type called begrip, which is the element type for concept. Here, amongst other things, you will see that it has a list of allowed element properties. So this long list of element properties has something like preference label, alternative label, search term, definition, which are all simple property values. We also have a list of allowed relationships, which are the defined relationships to other element types. And all the way at the bottom, we have implemented a new feature, which allows us to define property groups, which will be used in the form. So when opening a new instance of this element type, page forms will generate a form based on the allowed element properties and relations, and it will format and place them in these groups that we've defined here. I will show you in a moment what that looks like. The element type concept is part of this larger thing we call the knowledge model, which you see here in these 4 columns. So we have our element types, element properties, and element relations, and then finally some templates we can use to format these element types. What does it look like if we want to create a new concept? Well, as I showed you, if we just had this very long list of allowed relations, we would bombard the user with this very complicated form, which would just be a long list of all these properties that you could fill in. So the property groups allows us to neatly format these different properties and relationships using these tabs, guiding the user with additional information, what these groups say about the concept. So for example, we have the relation in scheme. If I want to add this concept to a scheme, which is actually mandatory, it can be simply selected from the combo box. Every concept needs to have a preference label, so I can add a label here. And every concept needs to have a definition as well. So let's use a very simple one here. As you see, we've also included monolingual text support, which is also one of the Semantic MediaWiki property types. So in this case, should be an English definition. Let's add it in Dutch as well. If I now save the page, we will see that the concept is formatted according to the default template. We will see that the pref label was set accordingly to the value we entered in the pref label field. And we see that we have support for multilingual instances. Now I don't think I can have these at the same time. we've seen this, we've seen this. One more thing I wanted to show you in the form is for user simplicity, we have these things that you can add to concepts called source documents. So maybe you want to say something about where this concept is originating from. For this, we wanted to include an element type. So we have an element type defined for these source documents, but we don't want the user to first have to create a wiki page for this source document, only later to relate it on the page of the concept. So we've implemented as well a multi-form instance here, which allows you to fill in that source document right into the form of the concept itself. And of course, with our connection to Semantic MediaWiki, this will be stored as a sub-object very neatly. All right, let's quickly switch back here. So user-friendliness was one of the main things to keep in mind, as this product will be used by the business workers who might not have very technical experience with difficult tools such as Protégé. One example here is that according to the Dutch standard, the relations cost member, which is a relation that relates a concept to a collection, should be modeled on the side of a concept. So whenever you want to add a concept to a collection, you have to go to that specific concept and manually add it to the collection. Not very user-friendly. For example, you might want to constitute a collection of 100 concepts. You would have to edit these 100 pages individually. So that's not a very friendly way by editing these large number of wiki pages. So we've built an inverse relation updater, which defines an inverse to these types of relationships. So these are a couple of them. We have, for example, is generalization of with its counterpart is specialization of, has top concept with is top concept of, and contains is contained in, which is specifically used for the concept collection relation. So whenever one of these is added to either a concept or a collection, we automatically add its counterpart to the other wiki page. We've also implemented some new search screens for which we use Lua to dynamically construct semantic MediaWiki queries, of course relying on the power of Scribuntu and Semantic Scribuntu, and Elasticsearch as a backend to allow full text search of property values, which also sometimes does not very properly work in Semantic MediaWiki. We have two use cases, so we might have users that want to very specifically search for terms in different properties. So this is one instance of our search form. On the left, we see all the text properties that are allowed for a concept to have. You can give very specific values, and when you enter multiple values, you will search for the conjunction of these search results. But if a user does not know where to start searching, we've also implemented a search form which allows you to search for one term in multiple properties. As Twan mentioned earlier, we also have a new feature for bulk editing. It's inspired by Pageform's multi-page edit functionality, but we've developed our own way that implements with our smart core, so the system that manages the knowledge model onto the wiki. It's a graphical user interface that allows users to edit elements, which are instances of element types, based on a smart core knowledge model to edit them in bulk. At the heart, it uses Data Tables Editor, which is a commercial license. We use MediaWiki Codex and View as well. I'm going to switch back to my demo. So this is the first screen that you see when you open the bulk editor. You're required to select an element type. For now, I'm just going to select the concept element type.
Is that interface available in English?
I'm not sure if we've added translation strings properly yet. So now it asks me to select a number of properties or relationships that I would like to edit. So for now, for simplicity, let's just select the definition and the pref label of terms.
It looks like our semantic model we predefined.
Yeah.
Our smart core.
So it's taking this entire list from the definition of allowed properties and relationships from that element type page. If I open this, it will now dynamically fetch all of those instances that are in the wiki, at first only selecting the first 25 elements. I can now edit these instances right from this special page. But of course, the nice thing about a bulk edit is that I can select multiple of them, after which I could, for example, set all of them their status that they are ready to publish. It's a very powerful functionality. We also support conflict detection, but that's not a thing that I will be live demoing today. Then finally, getting data in and out of the wiki can be a hassle as well. So we've implemented two types of round trips, a CSV route for comma-separated value files, and RDF, at the moment only implementing the turtle serialization. So we're able to import RDF into the wiki, export RDF out of the wiki. Same thing goes for CSV. And for the CSV round trip, we've added special validation rules to make sure that whatever data is imported into the wiki adheres to the Dutch standard. The RDF round trip is based on the knowledge model, and I hadn't shown you that yet. But all of these things that we define in our knowledge model actually have a mapping to an external vocabulary that is also used in this wiki. So if you're a fanatic SMW user, you may know the page MediaWiki :SMW import, for example, SCOS, the Simple Knowledge Organization System. All of these things that are in the knowledge model actually map onto these classes or predicates that we have in this external vocabulary. So for example, for begrip, the concept, it is mapped to SCOS concept. If we take one of these relationships, for example, a definition, we see that it is mapped to SCOS definition. And by this, we know that if we want to export this, we simply look up the properties that this instance has, and we know what their counterpart in the RDF will be. So if we take this concept called authorization in Dutch, we see it as a definition, a pref label, a search term. We can export it very quickly to RDF using a turtle serialization. And finally, we also have an additional export route, which is to the concept viewer. So our concept viewer, which is based on the open source software called Cosmos, allows us to get this data from the wiki and visualize it in this viewer, which looks like this. So this is the same concept that you just saw in the wiki. It's authorization, and it allows us to generate a visualization of the relation to other concepts. Yeah, it's a nice way to visualize these concepts outside of the wiki whenever they are ready to be published.
And this is based on a triple store. You can also reach via the Sparkle queries.
Yeah. So we use the data on the wiki to populate a triple store, which is then used as the basis for this application. And I think that's everything that I wanted to show for now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Who dares to keep us from lunch? No, go ahead, there. So. No question. Will this concept editor be open sourced, or it cannot be because it's based on your internal?
Yes, we have high dependency on some internal extensions that currently we don't look forward to releasing yet, but who knows where the future brings us.
Depends.
Okay.
Just a technical question. I've seen that you were using the codex user interface components, but you're also using MediaWiki 139.
Yeah.
Have you experienced any issues there? Because in 139, codex is not really richer.
We thought it would be integrated fully into MediaWiki 139 already, but we had to pull some tricks, I think, in the resource loader module to be able to, and include, I think, some of the codex files as well. We had expected them to be in the core, but I think we're including them manually in our resource loader codex module. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. We will now have our lunch break. It's not going to be a full hour because we would like to take a group picture. So we will announce this. So at 2:15, we have to go downstairs. So I encourage you to take the stairs because the elevator will take very long. So it's good to move around a bit. Walk down the stairs, and then if you exit to your right, we will go to the right where there are stairs outside. So, and we will just stand on those stairs. Those of you who've been here 10 years ago, we did that 10 years ago. And we'll take group picture, and yeah, we hope that everyone will join us there, and then we should be able to start at 2:30 again with the afternoon session. So thank you, and enjoy the lunch.
As the next presenter, the next presentation, we have Michael Kallinger from the Public Service, the Ministry of Public Service in Austria, telling us a bit more about knowledge management and wiki usage in federal service. Please, I have to drag you here.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. And my name is Michael Kallinger. I'm head of a small unit called Public Management and Governance. And I'll tell you first what we are doing as a department, and then how we have been using wikis, and also how we plan to use them in the years to come. Yes. This is, of course, from the Wikipedia about Austria, and it's the president and the chancellor, and it's right now an interesting time also for knowledge management, because at the end of September we had elections in Austria, and now Mr. Nehammer, the former chancellor, has demanded to form a new government, and several of the ministries will be reshuffled, and this is a time which is very relevant for knowledge management, is relevant at this time, because it's maybe not the best that you have a project until here and then you stop it completely and start a rather similar project here. So this is a time where knowledge management, handover of projects, and so is important. And okay. So I'm from the federal level, from the Federal Ministry for Arts, Culture, the Civil Service and Sports. And here we have the numbers for all three levels summarized. So we have the federal level, 9 provinces, 9 Länder, Bundesländer as they are called in German, 94 districts, and also the municipalities. And all in all, the demographic structure of the public employees, well, we are quite old, I can say, and until 2036, 44%, so nearly half of the personnel, will retire, and that's the next point, of which public knowledge management is very important, to hand over your knowledge or the relevant part of your knowledge to the new colleagues which are already pouring in. And this is now a slide about the ministry, and I admit that I saw the presentation for the first time yesterday because I was on holidays, and there is part of the Wikipedia, and we had to correct Wikipedia because the photo was not correct, and also the age of the ministry. So you see how easy it is to do that, even for us. And yeah, okay. Federal Ministry for Arts, Culture, Civil Service and Sport. And there are 5 Directorates General, and the Director General where I work has the task of ensuring a modern management of the administration. So we care about the civil service law, training, and human resource management. And the department where I work is called Strategic Performance Management, which was already mentioned in the morning, and Public Sector Innovation, and as we call it. And what do we understand by that? So here we have some of our tasks. So we have innovation models of how to innovate and what innovation is, and this would take, for example, a model from the OECD. And then the GAF lab is mentioned. So we have also labs, so little units where we do not have to apply all the regulation which is in place for all of public administration. We care about participation in the digital age, and also for the skills, we call them future skills, for skills which are necessary to innovate and to lead the public service into the future. And under public management, we understand, for example, knowledge management, quality management, and we also have an innovation award. And this is in connection then with the use of wikis. But I start with a more historic overview. So we started using wikis already in 2006. Or, I don't know if it's already, but we started in 2006. And the wiki was used for several tasks, for example, for projects, for process management, and other things. And then I come closer to the topic of knowledge management. We started to attack this problem in the year 2010 with the first overview how all the other ministries worked on knowledge management. So there are 13 federal ministries in Austria. And we saw then that the departments were connected to different places in the organization. So some were close to the libraries, some were close to the IT department, some were to personnel development, to HR. So knowledge management, was connected to different organizational units. And yeah, there are ministries, for example, the Ministry of Finance, which has many resources. They were quite advanced already, as well as the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Science. And in the other ministries, it was rather more at the earlier stage, I can say. Also, the Court of Audit was interested in the topic and did 2 audits in 2 ministries. And that's one way to make ministries moving when the Court of Audit analyzes what you do and then gives you advice, then you normally do that. In 2011, a wiki was built around staff regulations, die Resi-Dienstrechtssystem, all legal and organizational information regarding employment regulations. And this wiki was online and used from 2011 until 2018. So the situation was that it had been offered by the IT department, but also it ran over several years. There was no real organizational implementation of this wiki. There were some fans which used it a lot, but not everything was up to date. And then I remember the Director General once noticed that there were 2 different opinions in the wiki, and in a ministry with a strict hierarchy, that was not good for the project. And then in 2018, this project was stopped. But still, recently we found out that some people still use this wiki, so it was not taken offline. It's still there, and little part of it is still used, but that should not be the best example. And also in connection with that, in 2012 we developed a knowledge management strategy, a common strategy from the several ministries. We had a short white paper and then a strategy of I think 15 something like 15 pages, and from our ministry we coordinated the implementation of this strategy. And we developed guidelines, we developed a toolbox of knowledge management tools, and we provided seminars. We formed a little community of practice, and we did this. So we implemented step by step this strategy until 2019, we can say. And then in 2020, we made another step. We mandated a website called wissensmanagement.gv.at, so knowledge management, gov.at, and it was rather a general tender. So the tender was not aimed at creating a wiki, but creating a website. But the winning bid suggested to develop it as a wiki, and it turned out that this was a good decision from the point of performance of what the website or the wiki contains and can do, but also from an economic point of view. So we have here I don't know if you can see that. So we have here a lot of content. So the former manual we had online, and of course the tools, but also best practices, or as you call it now, any practices, good practices, best practices from knowledge management project, and also a glossary. This is part of the content, and we have also via this website we formed a network of experts. They can have an account there and then write into a blog or exchange information. And we centered the navigation about the different actions that are possible there. Of course, you can read, but you can also write if you have an account, and network. And as it is in the nature of a wiki, as I see it as a user, the different content elements are interlinked. So, of course, the blog, every blog entry has been written by an expert who belongs to an organization, and also the practice examples belong to an organization, and maybe they use a tool, and then somebody writes a blog entry about that practice example. And so we have this on the abstract level, but also you can visualize this and navigate it via a network graph. And this network graph, which has been created by Bernhard and his company, has then been an extension, a new extension to the Semantic MediaWiki. Is this correct, what I say? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it has been developed by a professional wiki, but for us, yes.
Ah, okay. And also for another task of ours, the Innovation Award or Verwaltungspreis, the Quality Award of Austrian Public Administration, we have a website based on a wiki, and here we have also information, of course, but also a database with now around 800 innovative projects from the public sector in Austria, from all levels of government. So this this sounds rather normal, but it's not standard in every country that all levels of government work together well in most cases. Okay, and I said that we do not stay where we are with our knowledge management project, nor with the website. We have this year in summer started a new project which we call Knowledge Management 3.0, Business Management 3.0, and we will adapt the strategy and also, of course, the trainings manual, and we also want to add an AI application to the website, and in the as the plan is now, an AI application exclusively for knowledge management. So you can ask this AI, which is the best tool to use for my knowledge management project, which I am about to start right now. I see you can see the other work packages of the project. Yes. Okay, that was it. Thank you. And I'm open for questions.
Questions or comments?
If not, then I have to pose a question to myself, or you have a question?
Some more.
Thanks a lot for the overview. So why did you choose the question, what is the best tool for knowledge management as an AI example?
So we have built quite a good base of knowledge about knowledge management, and it's a website where you can look for things in the traditional way, and then I think rather logical step is to hand this over to a small AI, and I can tell you that on a rather was it trial and error, or we have even started to do this, and then we will have a tender and have it in a more professional way.
I have a question towards that. You said that from a content point of view and also from an economic point of view, it was a good decision. Could you explain that?
Yes, well, Wiki is a freeware from the software point of view, and also as it's a freeware, there are many companies which master that software, that technology, and so you do not have to rely on a very big company or consultant company, for example. And it's easy to upgrade every year or so. That's also from the economical point of view a good solution, I think.
Sometimes there's the argument that you have individual configurations, and individual development is more expensive than paying for licenses. That's an argument that is sometimes thrown at MediaWiki. But Bernard?
Yeah, maybe I can add here. Around the time when we launched this website, knowledgemanagement.at, from a very different aspect, there were news about government agencies spending hundreds of thousands of euros for a website, and it was bad press. And I thought actually we should go into the media, or I forgot to add some zeros in my offer, because the website was really not hundreds of thousands of euros. So, but this is where you see how powerful MediaWiki is, because there's so much in there already that it's the most we actually spent was maybe for the design, right? But feature-wise, almost everything was there, except for this extension network that Professional Wiki did for us, for a very cheap price also back then. Yeah, it was a while ago, and you can still use it. It's still updated. It's still maintained. So this is the benefit of open source, I guess. Yeah.
And with the zero at the end, this is not only a joke. That's real. When we make a tender, we get prices from 10,000 euros to 100,000 euros for the same thing. So that's okay. With this, thank you again.
Next up, we have host and MediaWiki expert and fan Bernard Grabiner. And the way I see it is that even Bernard has founded his own company, working in different projects across the country and across the borders. He still not has enough and is now working on a theoretical questions on his PhD, and he'd like to tell some first findings of his work.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I would like to talk first a little bit about today's topic also, so wikis in organizations and my view on this, which is quite complementary to things that have been presented already. And then just very briefly, I want to go into some research topics that might also be of interest to you practitioners. So yes, I've been very active in the MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki community. I think I started with version 0.9 or something like that as a user. Whoops. Interesting. Maybe let's change back this setting here.
this didn't work now. Okay, so yeah, I've been an active member for quite some time. My company, KMA, Knowledge Management Associates, we do consulting and training for knowledge management generally. But with MediaWiki, as I call it, we also are dedicated to an open source stack based on MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki that we provide and implement also for our customers. As Jeffrey has mentioned, we are partnering with MyWikis to provide MyWikis Europe. Yes, and I was crazy enough during the pandemic to go back to university and start a PhD about knowledge graphs and wikis. So this all fits very well, but it's time is the constraint, not the interest and the activities that you could do. Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about some different aspects of what are wikis in organizations. When would you use a wiki, and when would you maybe want to stay away from it? Who of you in this room know what SUS and UT-AUT mean? SUS, heard about this? No? UT-AUT? Okay, so that's the research part, but it's not going to be boring, I promise. And then I also have a call to action, an invitation actually, so how we can move forward. We have talked about this a little bit, right? So a typical landscape in an organization often looks like this. You have this documents world, and I'm also convinced that we need to try to convey that documents are not they're artifacts, as you call them, but sometimes they are needed. You know, this PowerPoint presentation is an artifact. It's a document. It will never be a wiki probably. So we have this world of document management. Obviously, we have this world of databases, desktop databases, specialized applications for certain tasks that we either create ourselves or we buy in. We have this website topic, and then we have wikis, and very often traditional wikis have a kind of a niche that they cover, especially when there are, I would say, text-only wikis, like plain MediaWiki, or there is even a wiki in Teams, Microsoft Teams. I've heard 2 independent Microsoft consultants who say that's the first thing that they deactivate because they don't think that the wikis in Teams are a good thing. So all kinds of applications try to provide something like a wiki. We wiki people know these are not good wikis usually. And then we have this communication task, you know, video conferencing, email chat, and also this social intranet topic. That's interesting. And we know, right, the Wikimania was actually quite a while back. Wikis became well known through Wikipedia, but they were actually nothing that groundbreaking, right? Technology-wise, it is a hypertext system, so linked texts with a database. Some wikis had not even a database. It has a very simple user interface. Well, you can argue about that, but it has to be as simple so people can just click on edit and you don't have to do courses for them. You have a full text search. The interesting part was more the social software aspect, right? So everyone can make those changes. This actually the initial idea of the World Wide Web was first realized in wikis, because the World Wide Web didn't work that way. You had to find some nerd who could do HTML and you know, put up your website. And we have this wisdom of the crowd. We all know this from Wikipedia. From a knowledge management perspective, I find it very interesting that this knowledge creation on the fly, you don't have to consider too much your structure. Am I allowed, am I in the role to be allowed to add something here at this position? You just create a wiki page and you just type. And I have actually not seen this in any other software actually than MediaWiki, the power of red links. Because if you follow a red link on MediaWiki, it will not tell you error, mistake, there's something broken. It will tell you, oh, this has not been created yet. Can I invite you to create this? And this is a very, very powerful mechanism. If you know all other hyperlinks that are dead, red links are not dead links. You even have in MediaWiki the list of all most wanted pages, which is just a measure of this. So this is very powerful, I think, and I could not find it in, anywhere else actually. And yeah, you have, some years ago I had this slide with more than 150 wiki engines, so now it's only 80. There was also the time of semantic wikis. There's only one left, that's Semantic MediaWiki. So it's the only one that survived, and I strongly believe the reason for it is not so much the greatness of Semantic MediaWiki, in which I strongly believe, but it is because it was a part of the MediaWiki ecosystem. So as long as we have Wikipedia, there will be MediaWiki. So, and since Semantic MediaWiki is integrated in that, we have this ecosystem. And other great semantic wikis, you know, they, as open source projects come and go, they are not there anymore. And there is this website. Oh yeah, first one other aspect. Of course, now we are talking not about Wikipedia. Wikimedia Foundation does a lot of great projects like Wikipedia, but also Wikidata and other projects that we know about. We are now talking about the software, and the question is, should we use the software in our organizations? So we can go to this website, wikimatrix.org. You will, as MediaWiki knowledgeable people, immediately recognize it's out of date a little bit, yeah, because 1.32 is not really the latest version. But still, I mean, this is a nice website in my opinion, because you can compare, you know, how all those 80 wiki engines, and we talked about Confluence, right? XWiki is interesting because it's also open source, but it's Java based. So if you were, if Carsten would reconsider now which way to start, and it would have to be Java, maybe XWiki could be something. This is also interesting for the public sector. The German state of Schleswig-Holstein has a very strict open source strategy, and they say if we're going to do wikis, it's going to be XWiki. So this is also, I think, XWiki can be quite interesting. So if you look at the details, you can also compare features here. You see, well, they're all wikis, so they very often have the basic wiki functionality that we all know, right? So you have this page history, minor changes, comments, and interesting here is the structured data. This is where Semantic MediaWiki comes in, right? So you have this in Confluence via plugin. It's also there in XWiki. It's also quite easy to set it up. This is important. Yeah, so when do I use a wiki? I would say if you cannot get rid of your documents, I would not, even if we have seen, I think Rich has presented several years ago, really a document management by MediaWiki, so it can be done. If you want to really try to convince, we need a single source of truth, you can do it, but I would not recommend if a client would say, I have these documents, I want to manage them, I would not recommend them a wiki. You need something where you go to the content of the documents, so your quality management handbook can be a PDF document or a set of documents, but it can be a set of wiki pages. So you need a use case where you don't have to have these documents. Of course, you can upload documents also in a wiki, and it's quite powerful actually. But if you really have to be in this electronic document world where you have electronic signatures in Austrian public administration, we can have official electronic signatures, things like that. Then you are in the document world. We know interlinking is very hard. So I've seen examples of this where people try to make links between Word documents on a file share. It's a mess, and you don't want to have it. Yeah, so, and with Semantic MediaWiki or with some kind of structuring mechanism, you can also have database functions in your wiki with the page forms. We've seen this, or with other forms extensions. Of course, you can upload documents, especially if there are documents from external parties, or if there are companioning manuals or something like that. This is also possible. So if you have a use case where you say, I can manage the content differently than before, differently than in documents, then I think wikis are the way to go. If you have to stick with your PowerPoint, Excel sheets, PDF documents, then you should maybe think more about document management systems. And one other important part, and also this has been covered, is actually two aspects. One aspect is in content management systems that are usually used to power websites, you have a back end, right? If you know WordPress, Drupal, they all have a back end, so you can prepare an article, and once you're finished, you click on publish, and then it goes out to the front end. On a wiki, there's no backend. So the advantage is you don't have to learn the backend. It's just all is a wiki page. And what you see is what you get, not in the editor so much maybe, but you know, everything is a wiki page. This is one thing, but more importantly, how content management systems they are strong in providing access control on different content types. So you want to make sure that the first page of the NASA website will not be edited by, you know, the newcomer in the organization. Of course, so now you have these type of software. Here are some examples. And I put Confluence and XWiki a little bit on this direction because they call themselves enterprise wikis, and enterprise wikis they say, well, we can have better access control than MediaWiki, and they can. I'm not convinced that it's always a good idea, because we talked about this. If you have access control, it will be used. It's actually the lack of access control, fine-grained access control, is actually more a feature, not a lack of a feature, because it enables this cultural change. And one of my aims is to convince people about this, you know. And they say, what in our wiki, the other departments of our organization can all look into it. They can change things. And I say, yes, they could, but they will not. Probably they will not. And you will be happy if they do, because they would collaborate with you. And in practice, it's not going to happen. So we don't have the problem of any violent edits. So we don't have this problem in an organization with named users. So the wiki solves this by radical transparency, which is a good start for knowledge management, because we need this culture of knowledge sharing in our organizations. So this is where really wikis shine, and especially MediaWiki shine. We just have to sell it differently. It is a weakness that, you know, I cannot close things down in MediaWiki. It is on technical basis, it is a weakness, but it is also a strength from an organizational point of view. So so many IT systems come with the first question, who is allowed access? And you have to think, who do you want to allow something, and who you want to keep out. MediaWiki says, you know, I'm here, you just read me, edit me, yeah, for everyone. Yeah, and then we also have this topic of the intranet, the first intranets where you had this gatekeeper problem, that who is able to add anything to the intranet, is it relevant enough? So it's both a technical and an organizational bottleneck. In a social network, there were also experiments, you know, in large organizations, how would you do social media inside your organization? It's about connecting users with each other who have same interests, same problems. In a wiki, the focus is on the content. So you really want to create this wiki document or wiki page, or set of wiki pages. And the gardeners are not administrators, gatekeepers, but they just help you. So that's why it's called wiki gardening, because you know there are some flowers that somebody put in, and you want to maybe, you know, interlink them or do some refactoring. So they are basically helping our knowledge workers here to get this wiki article right. Social functions can be there, so you can follow edits of another person, things like that. But it's really more about, you know, we want to generate good content, good documentation. Yeah, and this is a very subjective slide, so I don't know if Confluence specialists are in the room. I mean, of course, Confluence has a great editor. Yeah, much better than a visual editor, I would say. It is great. You have this real-time editing, but up to now we didn't have it. But maybe as of this conference, we will have it in MediaWiki as well. So it's nice. You can start a Confluence page that you never save, but you send the link to your colleague for typing the meeting minutes. Nobody ever saves this page, but it still gets saved. And no, not true, Carsten?
Dangerous.
Dangerous? Okay.
Forget about it.
Okay. Well, I've used it as a user, so I'm interested in it. And Confluence will then say, this is a non-saved page. Would you like to save it now? Something like that. You have very fine-grained access permissions, of course. You have ready-to-use templates. That's interesting. That's maybe something that OpenCSP tries to cover. You can just fire up templates for meeting minutes or for project whatever. So they are built in. And it's easy to create tasks for other users. That's also something that Miriam has brought to MediaWiki. But of course, the disadvantages are it's becoming more and more expensive. And it's proprietary, or at least many parts of it are. The vendor Atlassian wants to force the customers into the cloud, so on-premise is problematic. For MediaWiki users, very odd are the templates. I mean, if you have a project template or a meeting template, you can change it and you build one page for my meeting, and then you change the meeting template, but this page will not change. So I was like, what? What's the purpose of this template? Because in MediaWiki, this is actually the power. If you remove something from the template, on all the pages, we will have this change. This is not possible, I think, or at least from the standard templates in Confluence. Yeah, the structuring of data is very limited, or might need extra extensions. There are, I don't think, any semantic web standards, so no knowledge graph there. Corporate design, it always looks the same, which can be an advantage or a disadvantage, depending on how you look at it. If I see one Confluence, I think I've seen them all. So this is a very subjective evaluation. Okay, so now, but we now come into the research part that really connects to there. Because one thing is called system usability scale. It's actually very old, done by Brook in 1996. So he called it even a quick and dirty usability scale. And the reason he said we need, it's complex, but we need something for a quick and dirty method that will allow us low-cost assessment of usability. So he developed the system usability scale. And he also said it was always intended to measure just one aspect of usability, that's the subjective perception. So how do I perceive how usable this system is? And it's a very simple 9-question questionnaire. It is actually available in several languages, because it's also the question, how do you phrase it in German? And so if you are in research, you cannot say this is easy. So, but there are several versions of it. And you can see those questions here from 1 to strongly agree, strongly disagree, to 5 strongly agree. So this is easy, 9 questions, and you think, well, this cannot be very valid, no? Can it? Because it's really very basic. But researchers have on and on tried to actually maybe fight against this one and say, no, this is of no use. But it's not bad. It's not bad. So, and I would really encourage you to do this for your wikis. There are even online tools where you can really easily administer this. And I've done this now for my PhD thesis. I've collected data from 4 different wikis, 2 of them being Confluence. One is from an IT department of a public sector institution. The other is from a not IT institution, but from a technologically oriented, very public sector near organization. They both use Confluence. And I have 2 MediaWikis. One MediaWiki, I can spoil this one because it has the best rating, is the Vienna History Wiki. But remember, I did not ask the end users. I only asked the users in the city of Vienna. So because I'm interested in the organizational aspect. So the Vienna City Archives and the Vienna Library, they have an editorial staff, and they use it. Some of those people use it on a daily basis. So they got very high scores here. And then there is also a public sector related, smaller organization with only 25 persons. And they have a problematic wiki because in this landscape, it is about to be probably shut down in the foreseeable future. So the usage is low, and there was hardly any investment in improving things over the last years. So, and knowing these 4 wikis, this is a pretty good picture, actually. So, I mean, if you don't have the in-depth knowledge, but so even this was my first evaluation, I thought, yeah, well, this is really interesting. And the question is really now, is this confluence managed better than this one, maybe? Could be. That's interesting. Certainly, this MediaWiki is better than this one, but more to the due to the organizational things behind it. So yeah, and so you have this scale of the best imaginable, and this is interesting. So it's really a quick and dirty thing, but it does tell you something about those wikis. Okay, a step further, it gets a little bit more complicated. The UTAUT, or I would call it UTAUT, maybe just is the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology. It's not that old, but also old. Venkatesh invented this in 2003 based on acceptance of technology methodologies that were there before. So the main idea that the actual use behavior, that's what you want. So people are using the wiki, is determined by behavioral intention, and this is we have this direct effects on this from those 4 key constructs. So there's the performance expectancy, an effort expectancy, so how hard is it going to be? The social influence, are my peers also, do they want me to work in the wiki? And there are facilitating conditions, and then there are also predictors like the gender, the age, the experience, and the voluntariness of use. So, and with this model, there's also a questionnaire. It's a little bit longer, but not that much longer, where you would get data on this. There have been in 2012 the UTAUT2 model that has more of those influences. So your own hedonic motivation. The price value, that's interesting because it actually was there's a lot of research going on. Why are people using mobile phones, things like that. The habit, and they dropped the voluntariness of use down here. And there are several other extensions from other researchers that add things here, like compatibility with other solutions, the education, the personal innovativeness, social presence, immediacy, concurrency, technology experience. So there are really a lot of different additions to it. So this is the call to action, because what could we do? Why isn't that in the wiki? We want to really find out. Yeah, why isn't it in the wiki? What's the reason behind it? So this is basically my research question. Why do some wikis work great while others fail? And what are the reasons for it? So there are research aspects. So what UTAUT extensions are needed to best explain the wiki usage? You cannot administer all of them. It's too much. So I want to make it the smallest possible model that would very well predict the usage. So that's the research aspect. And by the way, wiki research is dominated by research in Wikipedia. So there's research in wikis and organizations is really lacking. Also those 2 methodologies are dominated by non-wiki applications, right? So for all kinds of systems, e-government systems, mobile phones, AI, so there are papers on it, thousands of papers with this UTAUT model, for example. And there are very practical aspects. So what advice can we give to organizations? I mean, I agree with a lot that has been said out of the or can be done within one organization. But if you really want to compare the cross organizations, this is a lot of work. I think this is beyond my PhD, maybe. We'll see. But yes, the combination of those of qualitative and quantitative approaches would be.
But not interviews, but probably behavioral data, like how many views, edits, and all the stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, this is interviews is really a tough thing.
Yeah, this is what you do here actually, because the use behavior, this is not is also in the questionnaire. So how often do you use the wiki, and people tell you something, but it's better to have here actual data where you say, okay, this user from this questionnaire has really done many edits. The problem here is data protection and getting into those data, but you could do it for your own wiki. The use behavior is at best not being asked, but being measured in the logs.
Yeah. Bernard, thank you. I also like your presentation because it goes into these details, and actually what you're doing there is measuring. And my question would be, or my comment also would be in the direction of using the logs. I share your pain with, hey, there's data protection acts and all, but still, for the wikis that I've seen, we've got all those logs. And what I find interesting is just simply looking on how often did people change things, how long did it take, and one thing I'd be interested in is finding out how many errors did they introduce. So we've got these comparisons these days, so checking like human work was hard in the past, but I think these days we can simply use an artificial intelligence and other humans and have a cross-check. Did you look into that? Like finding out, is that actually okay what I've put in there? Is the coverage okay? Is the content okay?
No, I did not look into this thing. This is typically done in Wikipedia research, things like that, yeah. You can find a lot of papers on this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
As a last session as a last talk for the afternoon session, for the first afternoon session, we welcome Alexander Gesine from Gesine IT in the vicinity of Regensburg and Nürnberg, right? No?
No.
No?
No.
In the vicinity of Regensburg, no?
Schwandorf, close to Regensburg.
Yes, close to Regensburg, exactly. Giving an insight on his work in the industry, in the field of the industry, where you are working for decades. Right?
Yes. Yeah, so I'm in the fortunate situation to bridge the gap before the coffee break. Oh, here already is. Okay. Yeah, so I'm today want to walk you through a little bit through a typical situation or a solution we have, a management system, especially for the logistics industries. And someone, I think, yesterday asked me, Alex, what's your business about? And I told him, well, we are building management systems, brackets, based on Semantic MediaWiki for years now, for 13 years now. And that's our main business. So we are a wiki company, or more specifically a Semantic MediaWiki company. But we focus on building management systems for our customers. So that's also the way we are marketing the things. And Semantic MediaWiki was part or the foundation of the whole systems from the very beginning. So that's essential to the systems, and that's also what makes it a little bit different from other management systems in the market. So today I want to show you such a system for the logistics industries. So logistics is not only carrying goods from A to B. It's more often also very complex. So it includes warehousing, for example, or packaging. So it's more than just truck drivers' business. And like any other organization, a logistics company needs to comply with laws, regulations, directives, but especially also additional ones, depending on what goods they deal with. For example, if they work for the pharma industry, they need to deal with a lot of pharma stuff. If they work for the chemical industry or food industry, they have to comply with many of those rules. So on top of the rule set, or the requirements, to be more precise, that you have already in a normal organization, you have to do much, much more. So this makes the whole management system approach much more complex. And what that means, I will show you in our system. So I don't have much slides this time, so just live view. So that's basically it. So we have
our management system here, chameleon skin. And from the very beginning, we had a model where we we're building on business objects. So we take a look, what are the customers dealing with? So they're dealing with people, you have teams in your organization, you have meetings and all kind of things. And that's where we coined the term semantic apps. That's something we carry around for 13 years now also. And that's what you basically see here in these quick dial tabs. That's, for example, the people app or the meetings app or processes app. And what does it mean, app? I mean, this was at the time where the smartphones became more accepted, and the app term comes from. Basically, it's a namespace, a category, a form, and a set of properties. So that's a reusable set, ontology, plus the content structures in SMW. And here we have a lot of them in a management system. So that's what you can see on the quick dial tabs here, but also in the menu. For example, in the Who menu, you have various apps. In the When menu, you have these meetings, sprints, and blah, blah stuff, where, and so on, what, and so on. So this is a lot of things. And the cool stuff about these apps is they're working together. So it's like Lego building blocks. So you can combine them, and they are interlinked. So if you build a whole system based on that semantic apps, everything fits very well. But you see, it's super complex. I mean, this takes 2 days of training if I want to walk you through everything. So I want to focus on one piece, that's the subject areas we see here. And the what did I do? Who was this? Huh? Mein WLAN ist aus, warum? Stimmt, mein WLAN ist aus. Statt Ihnen was, gell? Hey, hey, hey. How could it be that WLAN is off? Okay, here we go. Thanks, Luke. It's a live system. So back to the subject areas. Well, that's a very broad term, not very sharp, but the subject areas that holds the different, for example, standards or directives you have to deal with, or the laws, and the various topics, so to say. And yeah, every business is a little bit different. You have some more common ones, like the ISO 9001, for example. But then for the logistics, for example, they have to deal with food logistics. So they need to comply to IFS logistics. You see there's some versioning going on here. Recently, this version 3 of the IFS logistics standard has been released. With chemical logistics, they have to deal with different sets. So what's in there? So if we look at the ISO, you might know this already. Take a look here. And I go here to one of the PowerPoints. You probably have seen this somehow. This is a siloed knowledge, so to say it in the words Carsten already used this morning. It's not very accessible. So it's a PDF container containing all the requirements you have to comply with, and that's the document. It looks like this usually. You have your sections. And within the sections, you have, at some point, the requirements. So they are somewhere here in these text blobs, not very accessible. The IFS logistics standards, they use, of course, a different layout, a different granularity, but also they have requirements. At the end of the day, you have to comply to all of these, independent of their formatting and stuff. So it's really hard to track everything. You have overlapping requirements, you have more general requirements, you have very specific requirements, but at the end of the day, the auditor will ask you, hey, please show me how you comply to those requirements. And that makes it hard, and the more of those standards you have to follow, the harder your audits get. And what we did here in the subject areas, let me show this for the 9001 area. So it's quality management, ISO. So here we have the section we also have in the PDF. I have the German content part here. Let's check in the support part here. So we broke down this PDF stuff and put it into SMW. So per sentence basis, so to say, not literally copying, pasting the text, but also trying to, from the language perspective, making it similar, formulating in an active voice, and so on. And that's in here. So this chapter 7 has a lot of requirements. You see them here, and each of these requirements has its own page. And if we look behind the scenes, browsing the properties, we have broken down those requirements into snackable pieces we like to consume. And now they are getting comparable or easier to combine, or also if you want to feed your LLM with that, you can construct nice reading chunks from this. So that's the core of everything. So we break this down and get a huge set of requirements. Well, then at the end of the day, you have this catalog here in this subject area part I showcased you here. Now, this defines what needs to be done, not how you do. How you do is in the how menu and in the process sections. So that's also one part I think I showed already some years ago, where we used the BPMN editor and integrated this into the system. And beside of these requirements packages, we also have them for sale, of course. So this is ready to consume packages, content packages. We also have ready modeled libraries, for example, for the 9001. Let's dive into this. Again, let's go into the approving processes, like doing the internal audits. You go there. And this is really a very fine-grained model of what actually is written in the 9001 as a BPMN representation. And you have these various steps here. Of course, I can zoom in because you can definitely not read this. So let's go here. So you have to collect documents for the review, which kind of documents, and so on. So the good thing here, or what's a little bit special, this is not just the diagram. You can directly edit it inside the wiki. So here's the editor. And the cool stuff, we integrated this into the semantics world as well. So if I choose a participant here and I double click on it, I get a dialog opened that is populated with content from my role app. So I have here in my Who menu a list of roles I can manage as wiki pages. And this now takes what the semantic already knows. Don't repeat yourself. That's what I would say to this. Don't repeat yourself. Content needs to be managed at one place, single point of truth, and then reuse it everywhere. This has a very nice effect. If we now change the name of the wiki page, our diagrams also automatically gets updated. So wherever you have a role used as a participant and you rename your wiki page and you again approach at your BPMN page, it refreshes the XML in background and everything's up to date. So you don't have to worry, like in Germany we have these agenda asterisks, like you don't have Geschäftsführung, but oder Geschäftsführer, you have Geschäftsführer Sternchen in, so male and a female representation of a role description. So if you want to do this in pure documents and you have, 300,000 documents in a Dropbox? Wow, nightmare. Here you go to one place, rename your page, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. And this works for different pieces, like here for these, here you can select data objects, which is filled from a document app and other places in the wiki. We also have navigation included, so if I cancel this out here, I can click on that one, and it brings me to exactly this process step. So we have per activity in the BPMN diagram a page in the wiki. So this is completely integrated, so completely seamless. Why I'm telling you this? Because if I'm on such a process page, let's go back. I can model the regular page here directly as a form. And here again our subject areas appear. Now you can link the what needs to be done with the how it is done. And that's perfect for your audit situation. You can easily create a gap analysis. Which requirements has been covered where? How are they covered? Are they good? Are they okay? Are they to improve? Are there some gaps somewhere? Is something missing at all? This happens, while I can link here, like this process, let's say, deals with some 9001 chapter. Let's say this is this chapter, and this deals with exactly these 3 requirements. Save it, done. And the cool thing is this is multi-select. So let's say this is not only covering 9001 pieces, but maybe also something regarding from the SQRS core. Then this is added here as well. So it's really multi-selectable. So, and here we have this integrated management system approach. That's exactly the integration. So we integrate the various requirement sources. So that's an important piece. The next one, I go back to my slides quickly. This is something we did recently for the customer. Well, we had some QR codes in the wiki for years also, like you can manage products and product instances. So for example, if you have your equipment here, your assets or your infrastructure pieces, your inventory pieces, you can add them to the wiki as products or product instances, and we had already these QR code stuff. Let me go to one of those pages. So it's product instances, and I want to check out this gate, for example. So that's our gate. That's very common in these warehousing stuff. So they have some QR codes already. And here this auto means it's auto-created. That's simply the URL of the wiki address of that page. So the idea was like, well, you can print this, take your scissors, stick it on the item. But of course, this is not practical. And the customer, we've been working with the new approaches, like they have to deal with inspection-related inventory. I'm not sure if this is the correct term, inspection related. So everything you need to have inspection logs regularly, like with your forklifts or with your elevators or with your fire doors or with your doors and gates, everything you have to put a sticker on it and check regularly. This is inspection related equipment. At least that's the term I learned. Now what was the requirement there? They said, well, it's nice that we have the wiki, but we don't have everything already in the wiki. So we start building the inventory in the wiki. But how do we do this? We walk around in our sites. We have to go somewhere. We go room by room, and then just what we see, we put the QR code on. So, but we cannot carry around the whole QR printer stuff, print it, type it in. It will be a nightmare. So what we want to have is like, we want to have some placeholders. Like let's say a roll with 100 QR codes. And then we stick it somewhere and just assign it to something in the wiki afterwards. And that's a little bit trickier than I first thought, honestly. So the approach here is now, it looks very simple, but it was a little bit tricky. So we have a QR code section here to manage the QR codes. And at the moment, I only have 2. And you see, this is already empty cards. They are not yet assigned. So it's just a page in the QR code. Do it like this so you can better see the namespace. So it's just a QR namespace, QR number 1. And this is a dispatch page. So when I now scan this QR code, I will arrive at this dispatcher page. And this tells me at the moment this QR code is not yet assigned. So when I'm in field, I just take the next sticker, put it, scan it, go to that page, click on the edit QR code. Then I pick either, is it a building? I want to put a sticker on like an entrance door. Is it an existing product instance? Is it a new product instance? Something is missing here, I see. Ruin something. I'm missing the. So usually this switches around, something I messed up probably while preparing. So you get some form. So for example, for room existing, you can pick one of the rooms, and then things become interlinked again. Now I can, when I scan the page, first we are directly redirected, so that's a little bit tricky. So you have a page QR1 that should later be an alias for, in this case, our room. So this was the first approach. You scan it and you directly go to this page. In the meanwhile, they want to also do inspection logs in that room. And this comes again from something like such a requirement document. Because what do they have? So you have a lot of text, of course, in it. This is about doors and gates. Don't know if this is typical German approach, that you have really to specify each and every individual element how doors have to be operated. You see, you can write documents of 100, like, of course, this is all these ouch images, blah, blah, blah. So at the end, you have something like, so they have these kind of checkboxes and inspection logs. So, this is how such an inspection log would look like. So it's just an okay, not relevant tick. And we did not even try to create for all cases those kind of forms. This was the first thing, let's create some forms. We get endless revenue for this. And then we closed the company in a year and are rich forever. So this will not work. Got stuck in the budget negotiation. So anyway, now what we came up with is again our model starting from the requirements. And that's something we are currently building. It's not yet 100% finished, but I think I can give you the idea. So let's get back to the subject areas. Here again we have our doors and gates thing we looked at recently. So go here. And now I have related active requirements. I have this Antrieb thing, which is exactly this one here. So I have Antrieb and I can get another requirement, like I deal with these control interfaces, just to give you the idea, blah, blah. And then I can add something like audit questions, like clicked on something crazy. Okay. So it's not really a question, but just to give you the idea. And then I can say, okay, this requires inspection, yes. It's a qualitative, so it's a checkbox approach. Quantitative would be to measure pressure, whatever, so more the quantity approach, but for the qualitative you can say it's okay, not okay, or yes or no, or whatever, so customers can change this. So basically this, at the end, is something like a form builder. I save this. So that's prepared now. So if I now go to one of those doors, let's go back to one of the product instances. So this is one of those gates. And here I can now do some inspection logs. And because this is part of a product category, doors and gates, that are, maybe I forgot to show you this, which is linked to this doors and gates requirements set. We can add this new one too. This is exposed to the instance. So now things sounds complicated, but it's like you inherit the requirements on each instance you have of these items. So I can now do an inspection log. Let's see if this works. Yeah, exactly. So, and based on what I've created before, I now dynamically have this form where I can just fill in the yes, no, blah, blah stuff, and I can do the inspection logs. I have 1 minute left. Ha, you took my minutes. Now again, it's okay. This was just to give you a rough idea. I can continue hours, but then you would run out of caffeine probably. So it was a little bit focused on the requirement stuff, but I think you got the idea. And if you have any questions, maybe also regarding the other things you saw here in the app section, you can talk to us. We are here. Thanks.
Questions already?
Yes, I would have a question regarding those audits. How do you deal with the open world assumption? Because in an audit, you probably want to know how many of those items do not have subject area addressed, but you can only count this if you add extra properties probably.
Yeah, at the moment they really have this issue because during each of the previous audits they got some issues because they don't have a catalog of all the items. So they are somehow under pressure to get a complete list of at least those inspection relevant items. And now they're approaching it like we don't have a catalog that we can get from IT, for example, or from the purchase department, like an inventory. They don't have it in that detailed level. They have the purchased items, of course, but they don't have it with regard to if they are inspection relevant or not. So this information is missing. So what they are doing is really some field work. They have to walk around and check each of these things and collect it and put the sticker on it, actually. Otherwise, you can, of course, start from the very beginning. If you have a nice data set, of course, you would first fill the wiki with all rooms you have, with all IT assets you have, with all your forklift you have, whatever. That's also working. So then you just pick in this dispatcher page an existing product instance and you're done. So can do it from both sides.
The farthest way, if I'm asking something. Thanks for your presentation, Alexander. So you were so brave enough to mention renaming wiki pages, right? And stating that automatically all the link diagrams were updated, if I got it correctly. Do you have a view where you see the dependencies? So before I rename the page, that I see how many diagrams I would automatically touch? So kind of backlink thinking before I do the renaming? Because sometimes this tells you also about inconsistencies.
Yes, you don't get a warning in the interface like if you rename this, as a result you get 50 process pages renamed. But due to the fact that it is semantically described like we saw the swim lane with the role assignment, that's not only in the diagram, this is also part of the annotations. And I can of course look into the annotations and see what links here, so to say. But that's, let's say, core functionality of MediaWiki, and also the renaming mechanisms, standard MediaWiki things, so that also with SMW, if you rename a property, this automatically works.
Thank you. We'll be back after the break at 4:15.
Bernhard, ich habe eine Viertelstunde gut. Ich habe eine Viertelstunde gut.
10 bis zwischen 20 und 25 Minuten.
Das ist immer
Will ich jemand warten, was wir Leuten haben, oder kann eine Pause nehmen?
Ja, der Pause kann man auch gar nicht abzwarten.
Das ist auch nicht gut, ne?
Nein, auf keinen Fall. Nee, das stimmt. Das reicht ja dann auch.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, is it here next?
So how about this introduction?
So, a short confusion about who is going to moderate now. So I am, Sabine told me. So Art, a long-term member of our community, former or founder actually of Wikibase Netherlands, but now with a new company called Juggle, will tell us something about Juggle lists, whatever that is. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Bernard. Yes, it's really me. I'm not a hologram or something.
Prove it.
Prove it. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is it. Yeah. I'm going to talk about Juggle, but specifically Juggle lists. But first, I want to introduce you shortly in what is Juggle. I think the vision is simple. MediaWiki is great, and the mission is to provide a great. The original slide had the best, but a great productivity information platform with very nice out-of-the-box features. And what is very important, that business processes and knowledge management is integrated. You need, what you do in your business creates knowledge, and you need to be able to use that knowledge very effectively in your business as well. When you look at the technology stack, it's all MediaWiki plus, and I want to focus on slots, on the view framework in MediaWiki, on the mustache-based skin, very flexible, awesome. It says codes, but I think I typed codex, but probably I mean codex. Although it's only introduced in 143, I use it already on 139. I don't know how that can be. And it must be very integrated with your business systems, with AI models, and with external research resources, such as Google Maps or other. Okay, and another thing that's important in Juggle is a Jube, and that stands for, it's short for Juggle Cube, and it's called like that because it has 3 dimensions, the functionality, user interface, you can see that on the left, the data, and the AI support. The data, you can't read it, you don't need to read it, but this is the data, what you see on the Jube is this data stored in a slot on the same page where the Jube is. And this is a very simple mechanism. You drop a Jube on a page, I'm going to show you, and it stores the data on the page itself, and you can do with it whatever you want. So what I'm going to do now is talk a little bit about features, about the Juggle features, and then I'm going to show Juggle lists. This is going to be very short, but I want to show you what let's say the extent is what Juggle can offer. Juggle pages is what we know about class definitions, page types, the UI components on a page, organizing pages, and provide standard functionality for creating pages and copying pages. That's Juggle pages. Juggle forms is creating schema-based forms, more or less in the same way, at least a very similar way as Simon described. And the forms work on data sets on the same page, or the more traditional way when you store data in a slot with a template call. Juggle charts. It's nice if you can put charts on pages. and I use Charge.js for that. And it's nice because you have data on your page available, and it's nice if you can show that in charts, pie charts, line charts, bar charts. Juggle docs, we talked about documents, whether they are in SharePoint or in Google Workspace. They are not ideal. You want to have your information in the wiki, but you must have a way to deal with documents. And Juggle Docs takes care of that. Right now, these are all growing features, but this is very nice. I like this already very much. You can, from within your Juggle, you can read and browse through folders. You can create documents. You can create new folders. And we are working on doing the same with SharePoint. This is a very interesting feature as well. Juggle Share allows you to take a data set on a page and create a share version of that and share that with your customer or your partner on a public page in the wiki. Right? It's a very nice thing. AI support is everywhere. I'm going to show you that in a minute for Juggle lists. When I started Juggle, I thought, well, this is the age of AI, so it has to be integrated. It has to be everywhere. This is also a very interesting feature, I think, because if you are able to share stuff to the public, for example, a survey. We had a survey this morning. If you publish a survey, you don't want, and if it's a public survey, you don't want the data be stored in the wiki. So, but what you do want is you want to define the survey in the wiki, then publish it, then store the data, in this case in Google Firestore, and then read Firestore, analyze, create charts from it, and publish that with the share feature. It sounds complicated, but these kind of scenarios are really scenarios that our customers want, they are very interested if you can offer that. And this is the only real coming soon, so it's not there yet, but I can tell you it's going to be there. I've called it Juggle Takeoff, because with the structure of Juggle, with the dupes and the data on pages and the lists I'm going to show you, it really is possible, I think, to take these 3 steps and create a first version of a knowledge management or information system for your business, let's say in a matter of hours. And the first step is that you go in a dialogue with your AI assistant to get a good understanding of your business. The second step is that you generate lists of page types, of lists, of shares, so it's all well defined. And also AI assistants. What kind of AI assistants do you need to support your business? Why not? And then you have the AI assisted generation from the list. Yeah, it sounds a bit magic. It is, I think. But I think it's going to be there in spring. And I'm going to show it, I think. Okay, let's focus on Juggle lists. it seems like the least sexy part of Juggle, but it isn't. They are very easy to create. They are totally schema defined, and there are a lot of interesting things you can do with it. Okay, let's have a look at, oh, there you go. So, just testing the pause button. So the page is totally empty, and what I'm going to do here is just put a dupe on the page. So, and a dupe is a JavaScript app. I put it on the page with a template. So what happens is this. Well, you know this. So you have to decide two things. You have to decide what type of dupe, and you have to name the dataset, because the dataset is to be unique. So, and if you put a list dupe on it, first you get nothing. You get a thing that you can add things in a list, but what you want, of course, is a schema. You want to know what the list is for. So you select the schema and bring your list to life. It's a good idea to also add a class, because that's going to be handy when you store things in Semantic MediaWiki. This is a very simple list, so but you get just by putting a dupe on your page, you get interesting stuff. When you hit the save button, it saves all this in JSON on the page in the data slot. Okay. So what's next? What's the next step? A project log. This list we saw is perfectly all right for a project log. But the next thing you want is to have lists, for example, for your project planning, like this. And you typically want to have a kind of a template, a pre-fill somewhere, and be able to put that on your list. So let's have a look how that works. First, I'm going to show you how to get rid of the data and how to get rid of the data set. And I think that's interesting as well, because so the data is local on the page, so it's very easy to delete it, to get rid of it. So now I have deleted the data, but kept the dupe definition, kept the data set. But now I'm going to delete the data set as well, so that means that I only have on the main page this dupe call, and there's nothing in the slot. I'm going to change the name of the dataset, and it's still the list dupe, so the type of dupe has not changed. But I'm going to take another schema, project planning in this case. And so you won't be surprised, it's going to look like a list for project planning. With the done checkboxes, and of course if you tick them, then they work. It's not there because there's no content, so now we are going to add a pre-fill page. I know this is the name of the page, and I know the data set is called planning on that page, so you have to have the page and the data set on that page. And it simply copies the data from that page and puts it in the dupe. So that works nicely. But if you watched carefully, you saw in the list, you saw some interesting things. What you can do, you can shouldn't have done that. So I'm a little bit ahead now, so it's going to be okay. In the display section, you can select a property. It takes the you see you can select one, so it takes the properties that are in the schema. You can select the property, and it's going to use that property to add stuff in the HTML. So it will add classes, and those classes, well, we're going to see that. So here you class modifier, that's why it's called class modifier. So we take the category, and yeah, all of a sudden it looks, every milestone has a nice color. It's not, I'm going to show you now what happens, what actually happens. There's a class added to the row, so it's an activity row. It's a milestone row because you selected the category. You can select other things, and then you will get other things in the. This is a nice feature for lists. Okay, so now about AI support for lists. Well, let's have a look. There are two ways you can use AI on lists. First is use the content of the list and do something artificially intelligent with it. And that's what we are going to do first. So yeah, this is, I'm going to stop here because what you see on the left is that it selected one AI assistant, and AI assistants are, they configure the way AI is applied. So what you can see there, first you get the context. So what you can see there is it uses the information from the current page. It uses the information from the current page properties. It uses the current data sets, which obviously is the project planning. That's the data set corresponding to the dupe. And it uses the moment, so that's some information somewhere so it means that today is the November 5th. And the instruction, of course, is important. The instruction for this AI assistant is not very sophisticated, but I can tell you one thing that I have added in the instruction is explain about sections, because I'm going to ask the AI assistant to add explanations for all milestones and all activities. And it's a live demo, video demo, so it's a bit slow. So it's when you want to effectively use an AI assistant, you really must understand. You must have good instructions, and it's also good to understand what your question, what works and what doesn't. It's not like that everything works. But this is a good add after the planning. Dupe for each milestone, a level 2 section, and for each activity a level 3 section with explanation. Well, okay, there it goes. And it looks fine. So let's add it to the page. Or what it's actually doing is really replacing the page, but I have confidence in that. That, of course, that's in the instruction that it should really it should do well. So this is using the information in the list in an AI assistant, and the next thing is in the list itself, and that's also very interesting. So that means that the dupe itself has AI capabilities. First you have to add AI support. at the moment there's only one AI assistant for lists. Of course you can, if you have different kinds of lists, you can have dedicated AI assistants. But this one, what I want to do is tell, because the template doesn't have dates. So what I want to do here is tell the list, but the project starts on December 1, 24 and ends May 1st, 2025. And I want, and this is an interesting detail, can you give a planning with start dates and due dates that correspond to the nature of the activities and the milestones? If you don't say that, it comes with other results. So if you specifically say reflect the nature of the activities and milestones, you simply get a better result. So you really start to understand what does work and what doesn't. Well, this looks great. What I like about this is that the milestones are only one day. The kickoff, which is an activity, is also one day. Well, it did what it was supposed to do, and it also gave a textual response. So this AI assistant was satisfied with the result as well, I think. The list features, there are many list features. Some of them are mentioned here. So you have derived properties. That's at a time that if you edit one field, then something magical happens somewhere else. Lookup is that you can look up in other data sets. And then you have derived editable and lookup derived. And you can add all kinds of actions, like create pages. So I would say Ike would give the list feature an excellent badge. Questions?
I just had a question about the milestone generation by AI. Is it creating longer times for different task items?
It did.
It did.
Yeah.
But what is that based on?
It's based on what I asked. That I said I want you to. I want the planning to reflect the nature of the activities and the milestones.
Wow.
That's it. No more.
Yeah, what is the actual prompt you generate, and is there also structured content in play?
Yeah, the structured content. Yeah, that's a good. There is also an AI assistant behind it. So, in this case, yeah, that's a good question. The prompt consists of the data in the Joop, so the planning data. It consists of the schema of the list. Because it also works if it's empty. So if you have nothing, it also works. So the schema is also part of the prompt, and the question, and it returns a JSON object with the response data and a comment. So you always get a response text and the data. But together that's a JSON object. Yeah, works. It's not complex.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, there seem to be no further questions, so thank you, Art. And we will move to Wikitech, and Gary will have another knowledge management presentation, which is great because this is our topic today. I bet Wikis will have a place there, but
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kirill Klimov, and I'm a project manager at Wikitech. And I just kind of wanted to start off by thanking all the sponsors and organizers for making this happen. This is my first professional conference I've been at, and on top of that, I am presenting. So the topic I'm actually doing this on is actually, I was very hesitant to do it on because I'm talking about the importance of knowledge management in a room full of knowledge management professionals. So, but the talk isn't just about the importance of knowledge management. What I wanted to do is kind of find tangible research, tangible results and measurements that we could see across various industries that maybe sometimes people don't think that knowledge management is important in. So what I realized talking to some people in other industries is that pitching knowledge management at times is like trying to sell an umbrella on a sunny day. It doesn't really work, and it's not until the downpour happens that people actually realize they should have probably used one. And the downpour can come in many forms. That is having a company that has 300,000 documents that they spend a quarter of their time sifting through, or maybe someone leaving the company with knowledge that they never recorded, and then you're kind of screwed. But so I kind of just wanted to set the stage right now by just simply, I'll go back a little. So my presentation isn't just actually, the goal today isn't just talk about knowledge management, but hopefully the people that might view this video in the future or that are tuning in online might see this in the future and kind of realize that knowledge management is something that they should probably implement. So to set the stage, I wanted to keep it simple and just kind of see what the definition. Yeah, oh yeah, I haven't went forward. Yeah, I'm going now. Oh, I should have done that earlier, but all right. So what I wanted to do is the Oxford Dictionary definition of knowledge management is the efficient handling of information and resources within a commercial organization. This sounds simple, but many organizations have their knowledge management siloed. It could be in a Google Drive, their individual hard drives, emails, etc. So this knowledge, if tapped into and shared well, can lead to incredible results. Not only making operations smoother, but truly amplifying productivity, as we all know. So the next slide I wanted to get into is, I found this quote kind of interesting, that Andrew Carnegie said that the only irreplaceable capital an organization possesses is the knowledge and ability of its people. The productivity of this capital depends effectively on the people that share their competence with those who can use it. So Carnegie recognizes something that is often overlooked by organizations, is knowledge doesn't truly become valuable until it is shared effectively. His words ring especially true right now when many organizations are becoming extremely complex and data heavy. At times, organization success hinges on how well it can channel individual know-how into a collective action. And as we all know, that's also exactly what knowledge management can do, take an individual expertise and amplify it. Another thing I realized too that I reached out, you'll see from my background that I mentioned in the future, a lot of people think knowledge management is for IT or tech companies, which is, in my opinion, is a common misconception. In reality, it's in any field that shares knowledge, whether it's internally or externally. Any organization that does that can benefit from knowledge management, and I can't think of any kind of industry that doesn't do that in one way or another. So I wanted to start off with healthcare. It's an industry where timely information can have a drastic impact on someone's well-being. Knowledge management has led to a 35% reduction in time spent on searching for critical information. That's more time focused on patients and less time on digging through documents. This also has led to a 20% reduction in readmission rates, including many medical errors are often due to knowledge gaps and not having the most relevant and up-to-date information. This can be reduced by up to 30% with effective knowledge management practices. I find this really important since healthcare is a big thing and it can lead to life and death situations. And in the US alone, the US healthcare system could save an estimated of $77 billion annually by improving all of their knowledge management practices. In manufacturing, a sector where every second counts to the bottom line, it helps with anticipation of downtime by reducing it by 50%. Fewer disruptions lead to smoother operations and higher profits. Manufacturers have reported, reducing development cycle times by up to 15 to 25%, which is driving innovations and lowering R&D costs. And the one I found kind of interesting is, this is like a very specific citation I found. It's for every 4,000 employees, a company using good K&M practices can lower their costs every year by up to $2 million. So government, we all know how efficient government is. They always spend our money in the best way possible, so we can just completely skip the slide. Yeah, but so better public services delivery. Government agencies that implement K&M systems, such as the U.S. Department of Defense and NASA, report faster response times to public inquiries and better internal communications. Studies show that governments using K&M services improve service delivery by up to 40%, as staff can quickly access regulations, policies, and historical data. It's better collaboration across departments. Department of Defense and other agencies have used K&M systems to create shared knowledge hubs, improving collaborations and leading up to a 15 to 20% increase in cross-department project success rate. Increase employee productivity. By using K&M tools that make internal knowledge easy and accessible, government agencies have reported a 20% increase in employee productivity. In retail, K&M is helping businesses serve customers better and faster. Two companies, Virgin Mobile and Canopy, created knowledge bases for support inquiries. And respectively, they both saw a 45 and 70% drop in support tickets. As you can tell, that significantly costs their operational costs. And retailers also experience significant benefits while onboarding new hires. Companies that use K&Ms cut their training times by up to 50%. All this improves their services and cutting operational costs altogether. In finance, where every decision can have a significant impact, significant monetary impact, K&M ensures regulatory compliance by reducing errors by 30 to 40%. It's like having a well-organized library of regulations and policies with compliance at your fingertips. K&M also reduces operational costs by up to 25% and speeds up decision-making, freeing up to 35% of the time typically spent searching for information. In a world where timing matters, this has a great impact. In construction, K&M helps project managers keep teams aligned. Aligned and reducing project delays by up to 35%. It improves on-site decision-making and problem-solving with a 30% improvement on on-site issue resolution time. There's also a significant reduction in rework by up to 25% and shortening onboarding times of new hires by 20 to 30. And this information kind of hits close to home because I started off my project management career in construction, and I worked at this company for 7 years, and there was absolutely no standardized training processes. So your training really depended on which project management you worked it under. And the problem that we had, that we ran into all the time, is if we ever wanted to combine teams to close out a project quicker, everyone was doing things differently, usually causing chaos. So obviously knowledge management would help with that. And also the other thing too is I'll never forget this project. I'm actually very lucky I didn't get fired for this one, but we were doing a house in Cleveland in a historical neighborhood. The house had 32 windows. We replaced all of them, and after we replaced them, the city showed up saying that we could not significantly change the look of the house without permission, the permission that they were not going to give us. So we had to go dumpster diving, fix all the windows, and replace them. The problem was we had a company meeting about 2 months after that, and one of the project managers goes, "Oh, I could have told you that. I did a project there a couple months ago." So in construction, as you can see, knowledge management is also an important thing. And I think pretty much what I wanted to wrap this up with is, in conclusion, almost every industry that we've discussed today, knowledge management has turned from an untapped resource into a strategic advantage. It makes healthcare safer, manufacturing more productive, government more collaborative, retail more customer-focused, and finance more compliant, and construction more efficient. So I think the key takeaway is that knowledge management is not a nice to have, but instead it's an essential for every industry that wants to maximize their resources, which is their people and their knowledge.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Do you find that construction was more about
I think it's more of the company I worked for. It was kind of, my boss was an old guard, so even after I started working at Wiki Tech, I actually reached out to him and showed him how knowledge management could help him. Well, it didn't work. He goes, I've been doing this for 30 years, and it's worked so far, so I don't have a reason to change. So.
Okay, so thank you, Kieran. We will now have our today's first and only online presentation. Just set this up. So, Charlie, can you hear us? Just a second, now.
Hey.
Charlie?
Yes.
Yes, very good.
Ah, very good. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Good. Right, okay. So let's see if this works now. Didn't yesterday. Is it full screen now? Perfect. All right, okay. I think when I registered to do a talk about AI, there was not much talks about AI, and now all of a sudden everybody was talking about AI. But perhaps I can share a light a little bit, and let's take a couple of steps back and talk about AI and break it down a little bit more so that people can understand how easy it is to use it, basically. So I'm talking about quick AI functions. So I did a couple of months ago, I checked out ways of enhancing your wiki by the use of AI. Okay, so, but I'm not going to talk about using AI to feed content to your website, because you know the information you get from AI, it's not confirmed, it's not really 100% reliable. Actually, it usually never is. So that's very hard. So I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm going to talk about why AI might be good for you, and just focusing on the function AI is good at. Basically, giving it some text and asking for a keyword overview or help in creating content or summarize large documents, because then it can focus on what's actually there and analyze that and give you a feedback. And that's usually very, very good. Same with translating. I just saw the presentation of Jeffrey. And translating it's amazing what it can do. And of course, it can analyze your data. Now, why would we want to be doing that? Well, we just saw another presentation on why knowledge management is so very, very interesting. It's because you can be more productive, and you can cut down on tasks that you need to do every single time because they need to be done, so the tedious tasks. But you can also get more insight on the content you're creating. If you're writing a text, you're writing the text, but you can ask AI if you're not missing anything regarding that subject. And it can give you feedback, which is pretty interesting. So what did I do as a proof of concept? Okay, in the company and in many other companies, people go to the ChatGPT website and then, you know, they ask questions. So first I thought, okay, let's take away that step and put it in the sidebar of the wiki. So you have like a ChatGPT ready in the sidebar of your wiki, and ask it questions to help you generate content, translate things, and also later on add specific extra options for your users if you want to. But for the concept, I didn't want, for the tryout, I didn't even want to do that. So I did. And actually, literally, this took me 3 hours. So in 3 hours' time, I had ChatGPT inside my wiki, and I could ask it questions. But it was just very simple. I just had ChatGPT in my wiki. And then, of course, I thought, okay, well, let's take that a step further and have it actually do something with the content on my wiki. So I created, and it took me another hour. So I enhanced the chat that I had on the side, and I enhanced it here a little bit, or enlarged it a little bit. And I added an AI options button, page options button. And where you can just say, okay, I got a page which is about Oosterhout, which is where our company is based. And I ask, can you give me relevant keywords for that page? And so it gives me the keywords for that page. And it's just a copy of Wikipedia that I put there, I think. But I get it in Dutch because the article is in Dutch. And then I just ask, can I give it in English, please? And I get it in English. And this is, well, in total, half a day's work, basically, by creating an extension that talks to the API of ChatGPT or OpenAI in this case. It's all really straightforward and it's pretty easy. And I added some JavaScript so I created an API function for that extension I made. And then JavaScript just grabs the text that's here and sends it to AI. Oh, actually not AI, sends it to the API for the extension I made. And the extension talks to the AI, in this case, ChatGPT or OpenAI. And you can tweak whatever you want to ask. So in this case, you see on the right side, you see a kind of a chat that we have, but of course in the background, I give it the content of the page. And I just tell AI, this is the question I got from the user. It's about this page. Just give me an answer. If you can't find the answer, then don't give me an answer, making it sure that it's content-based from the website. So yeah, but you don't have to. You can actually say, if the content is missing context, please provide me with more additional information. So there's lots of things that you can do. And when I looked at Juggle just now, I think those are those AI options that you get, the assistants, the different kind of assistants. They kind of fine-tune your question for you, making sure that the answer you'll get will be related to whatever AI function it should do. And then I took it a little bit further. That took me another half a day because we simply did not have code to quickly grab some information from Elasticsearch. We do have Wikisearch, of course, which does everything with Elasticsearch. But you can use basically any search engine. But the good thing about Wikisearch is, and I tried it first, if I ask a question to Wikisearch, which is pretty amazing. So if I type into Wikisearch, what can you tell me about the template alert? It will give me as the first result, the page template alert. As soon as I saw that, I thought, okay, I can add this to the AI because I get the relevant information from the first hit from Wikisearch. In this case, what I did is there's no other information there. I'm on the sidebar and I asked, what can you tell me about the template alert? And the answer I get is actually specifically the template alert that we have in our OpenCSP part. And it tells me exactly everything. It allows users to customize the message content type of alert, font awesome, icon displayed. And if you need to have more information, have a look at the page itself. That's the link. And there's users instructions on that page as well. I tried it with a module page. OpenCSP comes with a lot of modules. So Lua functions. And if I ask about information about that page, it will actually describe to me the Lua function, what variables, and in the end, it gives you a summary. So this module is taking care of version history for the OpenCSP pages. So that's pretty interesting. So there's not only, it does not only show you that you can do things with the content, but you can make it so very interesting that it will actually analyze if there's code on the page or JSONs or whatnot, which is pretty, yeah, really pretty interesting. Now, when I started to do this, there was not, I first looked at LLMs and all those kind of things, and it was pretty, how should I say that? That was going to be involving a lot of work. But in the last couple of months, there has been so many changes and so many features added that if you look at, and I think Victor from Pega already touched this as well, but if you have the means of getting your data into the Microsoft Graph database, then Copilot will be able to use that information. So Copilot is like the Microsoft Fire and the Microsoft ChatGPT basically, but then for the structure within Microsoft. So we're using SharePoint and all those kind of things in Microsoft 365. It has access to all that information, so it can combine an answer for you. So if you feed your wiki data to that graph database from Microsoft, that's the only thing you need to do. And then you can just ask Copilot things, and it will include the results of your wiki as well. That wasn't possible 4 months ago. And Google is doing the same things. And so for sharing your information that you have on a wiki to make sure that the AI works for it, that is becoming more easier and more easier. Now, okay, the things I've shown you, I must say, those are using the OpenAI, so that you're kind of, if it comes to data that you want to share, which is not for public, because if you have a company that the content of your website, you want to keep it private, then just put your wiki in Azure and use the Azure OpenAI, basically, that they have. And then it will stay inside your whole Azure environment and it will go nowhere. But the principle is still the same. That also was not possible 4 months ago. So there's a lot of changing in this area. And I just wanted to show you that if you really like to have some AI functionality, it's not that difficult. It's pretty easy to do. And you narrow it down if you want to have it private. Okay, then we talk about, perhaps using an Azure AI assistant so that it keeps your data safe, or what Jeffrey's done, find a good partner that can handle security for you. But this is basically the time to have a look at this if you want to add that to, if you want to add content to AI and help you do the things that I mentioned here to be more productive, not only for you, but if I just look at, if I get a new colleague, and they need to figure out how a wiki works and how a template works, etc. He could ask the AI about information about a certain template or a certain module or whatever, and it would give him the answer. If it's still not an answer he's satisfied with, or he still doesn't understand it, he can come to me or other colleagues. But so there's so many areas where you can improve, not only for customers, but also in your own company. I wrote a developer log about this. So if you want to have a look at basically the steps that I did and briefly, well, basically everything I said here is in the developer log. You can find it on wikibasesolutions.com. If you go to developer logs, there's a search bar there and just type getting started or something and you'll find it. So that's it. That was a quick presentation, but I just wanted to take like 5 steps back because you see so many really wonderful things happening with AI, but it's all kind of magical, right? It doesn't really show you how to do it. And it's pretty easy, again. So if anybody needs some help, let me know. That's it. You're welcome. Oh, I didn't even turn my microphone or my video on. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't have my camera on. I didn't notice that until now. Yes, very sorry. Well, that wouldn't. Well, it took me like 3 hours to get ChatGPT in there. So it all kind of depends on the complete infrastructure that you have. Is the data already in Microsoft Graph? I didn't really understand that just now. That if it's all there, then there's various ways to use Copilot within your wiki, or you could use it outside of your wiki because you don't have to use it inside your wiki because it's in Copilot. So just use Copilot wherever you want to use it. But you can create a parser function and talk to Copilot. Yes, I haven't tried that, but this wasn't difficult, so I'm very confident that wouldn't be difficult as well. Would you still need MediaWiki? Yes. Yes, of course, because we've seen so many demonstrations and presentations now about knowledge bases. If there's something that the Microsoft structure is not, in my opinion, is a full good knowledge base. So if you have your knowledge base done within your wiki, it doesn't matter how you've done it, but if you have your structured data within the wiki, but you open that up to Copilot, the answers Copilot will give you will be so good because you've got structured data, because your data is so good structured. And of course, there's a scheme, right? So when you put the data into the Microsoft Graph, you create a scheme where you exactly tell what the data is, what it means, and all those kind of things, so that the Copilot can make sense of what it is. But then still, the base needs to be good. And I do not think currently anything better than MediaWiki is out there. Does that answer your question? Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. And yeah. So and again, just and that's not to promote it, but just try OpenCSP, especially now when it's on Canasta. You can turn your MediaWiki into a knowledge base in like 10 minutes. It's crazy. It seriously is crazy. You need to get the know-how of how to, set up the data. You need to think about your data before you can start actually creating, pages that have metadata that makes sense. But if you have that, then you can just start and doing it. You're welcome. I'm just so sad I'm not there.
Okay. So maybe we have to close the Zoom session. Charlie, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to close the Zoom session. Probably just some...
Okay.
So
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao.
Let's just try this. But there should be sound, actually. Let me see. So, can you hear me now, online audience? I think you should be able to hear me. Is there a reaction? No reaction?
Yeah. Still, just before you switch to your screen.
Sound okay now? Okay, so there was maybe some difference. Okay, thank you for pointing this out. Where was I? Yes, empowering knowledge workers is the topic of the conference, and especially in government and business, the topic of today. I want to not go into AI for a moment. We will talk about AI certainly, but maybe as a first round, just as a quick recap, what were inspiring moments for you three in today's talks? Is there something where you say, okay, this resonated with me, just to give us a quick recap of what you've learned today or heard today, where you did you feel yourself contradicted, or would we agree on most of the topics? So maybe this could be a first round.
So I was really surprised about the parallels between no matter what wiki platform you use, about the parallels like dealing with structured knowledge and unstructured knowledge and how to bring this together. Yeah. Usually this is from different worlds, and especially yesterday already we went really deep into the structured world, but even today it was a topic how to link structured to unstructured knowledge. And of course I get some additional arguments why wikis are great for AI, additional to my more hypertext focused view.
Well, it's a little bit of an easy answer, but it's also a very sincere and true answer. All of the talks were inspiring today, from our opening keynote through the different sessions. What I took away is the sense that everyone is sort of working on the same problem, coming from a different point of view, a different approach, and what I see happening is there's this idea that you can store structured data in wiki articles, and you can do things with it more than just be a knowledge base. And I feel like the entire community is starting to this is resonating with everyone, and the future of MediaWiki applications is almost guaranteed to utilize data stored in pages and being operationalized within the wiki, outside the wiki, not just as a knowledge base for people to go to look up the answer to a question, but as a to just grow and build knowledge that is being actively used. And so let me back up just a little bit, because I skipped over something I wanted to reply to you on, is with regards to knowledge users, it occurs to me that everyone is a knowledge user. So everyone in the organization, in a modern organization, it doesn't have to be an IT-focused organization. People who show up for work every day, regardless of what they do, there is a dimension of what they do that is knowledge-oriented. They may not think of themselves as knowledge workers. So my approach is to try to understand the dimension of everyone's daily activities and see how that fits in to improve the knowledge posture of the organization. And that goes hand in hand with trying to contain that data in a structured way that we can get it out, make sense of it, people can make sense of it, the machines can make sense of it, and the humans and the machines can work together to be more efficient and more productive. That's what I think is being talked about, and the AI plays into that. The different approaches to structured data and knowledge management. I think it's converging, and I'm excited about that convergence.
Yes, agreed. I would say that what has struck me most today is two things. The first is just, every talk was inspiring, what people are doing, how they conceive of knowledge, and the use of having a knowledge management system to disseminate that knowledge, to share that knowledge, to store that knowledge, to find that knowledge. And some of the extensions that have been demonstrated in the last 2 days really help facilitate that and give power to it. The other really striking thing that has occurred to me over the course of listening to all of this is how far we've come. I started working with MediaWiki in 2007, 2008, and was, as was mentioned earlier, we had a very strong advocate for one of the projects that I was working on who was like, it didn't happen if it's not in the wiki. And we went to different government customers and said, explain to me, tell us about your data. And we did sort of an object-oriented decomposition. We figured out, and then we built extensions to help facilitate sharing their knowledge. And we custom crafted the knowledge bases around their type of data. And it occurs to me how far we've come since then, how much easier it would be to do that same work today based on the growth of MediaWiki, the growth of the extension landscape, our understanding of knowledge and how it should live within a knowledge management system. And when I joined the foundation, the Wikimedia Foundation, a little over 7.5 years ago, I came because of a firm belief in sharing the sum of all knowledge, not just Wikimedia knowledge, but all knowledge. There is so much power in this concept of sharing knowledge, and this community has done so much for doing so. So thank you all for all your contributions. And we've come really far, and we've got a long way to go, but oh my gosh, all of the things, from, yes, AI, but also the new extensions, the new understanding of knowledge is really empowering us to go even further. And I think that there's a lot of power in where we're going, and we can do amazing things.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from here to the first round? Yeah.
So yeah, first of all, thank you so much. The keynotes were amazing. I'm going to wear a different hat now because I volunteer for a nonprofit in Brazil that is focusing on democratizing fact-checking and fighting disinformation. So my question to you is that they are knowledge work, like journalists working and fighting disinformation. They are knowledge workers, and still there are many gaps on the data, the open data infrastructure and workflows, or how our software shaped for this specific kind of task, which is fighting disinformation. So I think that it's more like maybe a question to you based on all your experience, all your incredible knowledge about MediaWiki or knowledge management, why you're failing in fighting disinformation with all the technology that we have.
That's a tough one. I'll take the microphone just long enough to say that, so in my world, we don't really, so I work with local internal organizational knowledge, we don't have disinformation as much as we have outdated information. So I'll try to translate the problem from you have multiple truth claims and trying to figure out which truth claim is the right truth claim is maybe the general problem that is true in the public sector as well as the private wiki world. And I don't have a simple answer to that. Yeah, I don't. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, coming back to the structured, non-structured thing and adding something I forgot when I started on the first round. So one answer, of course, could be even more granular, better, more semantic modeling, and then only the right modeling or representation of the facts will survive. But I'm not sure. As you go down the road, making it more granular and so on, this could also lead or not help. It did not help. So one moment that really struck me was I tried to convey it in the opening talk, but one moment struck me with a colleague who reminded us of user experience. And then you said, wow, we are so far, and really you are in terms of structuring knowledge, we are far ahead now, talking from an industry, large corporation industry perspective. The options, we are far ahead of what is often needed, but the challenge for semantic technologies, I would say, is having an excellent user experience and competing on that. I mean, when I saw the stuff here built on Vue.js and all that stuff, that goes into the right direction, but this is, also not a simple answer, but a way to get more. You mentioned journalists and so on. You need to have excellent user experience to get those folks on the systems. That is an answer for someone who did some work years ago in UX, you would call it today.
I would just like to continue on that point. I will be holding a talk tomorrow, and the third slide literally starts with disinformation. So let's have a long talk about this later. I think there's a limit as to what knowledge can do in this equation. So if you say, okay, knowledge solves all problems, then the impact of Wikipedia should have been much greater. So I think Wikipedia already approaches what we could call common consensus, or is a replica of what the world could consider consensus. But I think there are many other factors, for example, emotions or motivation or experience, all those aspects. And I think those are other variables that should come into consideration as soon as the knowledge is there. So if the knowledge is there, okay, now let's work on emotion. Where are the people coming from? What are their fears? And all of those aspects, I think, are much more important as soon as there's a solid knowledge base.
Okay.
I was going to answer about the disinformation.
Oh, sure.
I didn't get a chance to answer Matthias. So the one thing that occurs to me, not necessarily as a solution by itself, but just recognizing the difference between different types of knowledge management systems and acknowledging the fact that some of the enterprise corporate wikis that we all work in are, I would say, a closed system. Yeah. And that's one of the things that, that really differentiated when there were questions of vandalism, for example, in some of our wikis. When we would go to a different customer and be telling them the value of knowledge management systems, the two key things that we often had people come with a concern about were vandalism and also transparency. So those who were in leadership were afraid, when we say anyone can edit, what's going to happen, to our data? And if it is a closed system where you have to log in and there's attribution and relationship and and reputation established, you find that there is less chance of vandalism, and I would say disinformation and misinformation if people are putting their reputation on the line behind the information that they're sharing. And so, and then the other big fear was, you know, five-star generals saying, I'm not gonna edit the wiki because I don't want to say something and have somebody question me. But once you adopt this, you know, radical transparency where everybody can say anything in the wiki, but that's tied to their reputation, you wind up with more sharing and more vetting and more, you can trust the information. How does that translate into an environment where there can be anonymous editing and where you can't necessarily trust the reputation of those who are contributing? Well, that's where the power of Wikipedia comes in, where you've got this huge editor base and there are stewards and there are people who are vetting the information. Where you've got more danger is in pages that aren't watched, in smaller wikis, you know. And so there is no perfect answer, but you need to understand a little bit about your editing community, about the editing behavior, and what tools might help to make sure, you know, I think of one of the tools that was created at NASA in Houston, the Watch Analytics, where they had a concern about pages that were getting stale, that weren't being watched, and so they created a capability to understand and to make sure that the watching, the surveillance load across the wiki pages was distributed so that there were eyes on every page looking for errors, looking for things that might need to be fixed. So I really think the tool is the key is understanding your editor community and understanding what tools might help to better make sure that you are aware when disinformation or misinformation may be there.
I just wanted to dovetail into that really quick. So everything that Cindy just said and Rich kind of mentioned, I totally agree with. And I think with knowledge workers in particular, not open wikis, because there's reputation and attribution, we don't really have to worry as much about disinformation, but outdated or sometimes mistakes. But building a culture and changing behaviors within a company to allow it to be okay to add something you think is right and to be proven wrong is a good thing. And so we want to have, you know, people accept that there will be wrong things in the wiki, and that's how we discover it. So it's like the sunshine is the best disinfectant idea.
I would just add to using that's exactly what we internally also do. Like anyone can edit, but you can watch your page. You can watch the topic you're interested in. You're even maybe in charge of, and this works in so also in closed environments, so to say.
I'll take the contrarian view.
Very good.
I think that a lot of the misinformation comes from people essentially not trusting the sources of the information. So we can get the information out there and we can do a perfect job, but there are people who don't trust whatever segment, and you know, I think it's really all of us. There are certain segments of the population we don't trust. It might be the media, it might be the government, it might be the guy sitting next to you, right? There's somebody out there who you don't trust, and I will go further and say that that's a good thing. We need people who don't trust any of those institutions in order to question them, in order to keep them honest, because nobody deserves 100% trust. So you'll have to forgive me, but I think misinformation will always be there, and I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that we ever should try to solve completely.
Ward Cunningham once said that the best thing to do if you don't to get a response to something is to ask the wrong thing to the wiki.
Right.
So that's why you have to have this information. I'm kidding. I actually wanted to just add on that note. So we did get to talk with Ward Cunningham in April, and what he originally said was supposed to be, if you don't know everything, add what you know, and people will add onto that to complete it, not to make something that's wrong to get the answer you want.
Yeah.
That was just a non sequitur. Just wanted to add that in for the misinformation thing. And Ike, that's a really risky thing to say considering what day it is in the US right now.
But I came across this this citation, which is now, I'm hearing that it's obviously wrong or shortened, so I'm glad to hear this in the favor of Ward Cunningham. But in fact, sociologists have a nice term for this kind of really putting up the wrong stuff, to have the folks that have the knowledge and the pressure. If you have the knowledge, you feel the pressure to do something. They call it post-heroic management. And there has also been even a journal on post-heroic management. So but I would not like to see too much of post-heroic management in my company, because it of course also takes effort, like to correcting all this stuff. So I'm glad that it's a not so correct citation. Thanks a lot.
That sounds interesting. Do you have a book recommendation?
Pardon?
About that part, that like view in sociology. Do you have a book recommendation?
A book recommendation? A book. I don't know if this journal still exists. I could come up with some names of German sociologists, mainly also dealing with the idea of Dirk Becker. Maybe we can translate it or something. I will get back on it. I have to think a little bit. But they have also the idea of that it's sometimes important for humans to reject knowledge. And that twisted a little bit my thinking about knowledge management, because if you analyze why folks don't use the knowledge or even actively reject it. So sorry for that. I can only point you to sociology in that case, and maybe I come back to some ideas later.
Post it in the element chat if you do.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not yet on Element, but I heard that you are on this chat, and I try to figure it out, and so okay, I will join it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. I would like to come back to one aspect that all three of you mentioned. So you seem to be in agreement how important structured data is, also in Wiki. But so let me phrase it this way. I think it is undisputed how great the potential is for let's call it the semantic web or semantics on the web. We have Wikidata, we have triple stores, we have Sparkle, we can have federated Sparkle commutes, and we all know how powerful this is. The problem is, in organizational settings, organizations usually do not take this up. I mean, the semantic web people, I could say, have failed to deliver something that organizations are taking up. The question is, why? Is it really? Can the structure be just relational, or does it have to be the knowledge graph and the semantics? And why is semantics not there in organizations? You hardly find any. So in the projects that I did, I'm a heavy user of Semantic MediaWiki, but my customers usually, in 90% of the time, they don't even know what RDF is. They couldn't care less. I just say I can provide it as well, but they have no idea. So why is that, and what is relational structure enough, or do we need the semantics and the knowledge graph and what you talked about? I know it's hard.
So I think that's a great question. And in the semantic wikis we built, RDF wasn't even something we considered. And in fact, we almost hid the semantic tagging. So we built forms and templates, and so the users would enter their information into a form, so it was already sort of structured. And there could be some free text in there, but but the concepts were all there presented to them. And so the users didn't have, they weren't confronted with an empty page to try and figure out how to hang their semantics off of it. But it's a double-edged sword because that structure was already there for them. And what if it didn't exactly fit with their concept of how the data, you know, just because somebody initially, when setting up the wiki, built the forms and the templates and the properties in a particular ontology, that might not always match every user's concept of how their data should all fit together. And we did find occasionally that after a wiki had been around for a couple years, that concept of the data changed, and we did, using global search and replace, using replace text and things like that, occasionally did, you know, considerably restructure the structured data in there, and you could do that within the wiki because it wasn't hard-coded into database columns and rows and, you know. So, but I have, with the advent of AI recently and LLMs, which I am not an expert in, but I have begun to wonder about unstructured data and things that aren't a priori tagged, and whether, and it does not make me feel comfortable to think about a migration away from the human element of tagging data. And I really don't want to cede all of the power and responsibility to somebody's LLM for, you know, for structuring my data. But maybe there's some compromise in there in the future. But I do very much think that having a semantic value added to the data in a wiki makes it ever so much more powerful than just pages with wiki text.
Thank you. Did you want to add on?
I will add on it, but there's also a question from the audience, or a comment from the audience.
Okay, but I will plant the flag and come back.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me talk right now, because I tend to forget very quickly what I was going to ask. I mean, I must admit, hi, I'm Gabriela, but please call me Gabs. I just arrived because I had to take care of my daughter today. This is why I'm late. So probably what I'm going to ask is, maybe it has been said or not, I'm an outsider to this wonderful group because I actually come from immersive technologies. And I'm, what you're talking about, the use of a new way to see semantics, right? Like right now, I'm working on a project that has to do with spatial, a way to spatially analyze information. So it has to do with democratizing the process of leaving a legacy by gathering fragmented memories and unifying them and making the semantics of your life, and having conversational AI to assist you in this process. No? So what you were saying right now about how to use data creatively, or how to create wikis, no? Like, this is the reason why I'm here. Like, I'm trying to find out how I can merge like this concept of having this, from one side, your AI assistant that is helping you create the story of your life, and also how to combine this with the fact that you can share this knowledge about yourself anonymously with others, to connect with others through memories. Because as you can imagine, there's a big topic that is privacy, data privacy, and how to connect with others with your privacy being taken into consideration. And also, okay, does the information live in the cloud, or it lives locally, or is it a hybrid? I mean, there's so many questions that I have when it comes to organizing this information, and also how to facilitate people to access the information, no? Everything through a conversational way using AI. So I was wondering what your view is on this, or if you think I'm insane to try something like this, or... Yeah, thank you. I made a very long question, statement, comment, everything together. I hope I made sense, because sometimes I do too much in my head. So.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a simple attempt. What I hear you talking about is data ownership, who's in charge of the access control lists, and I would bundle all of that into a topic called data sovereignty. And I worry that more and more as all of us as consumers in the Western marketing sense, we are also producers of content. And more we are all being disenfranchised from our content that we create, and then later down the road we want to benefit from the content that we've created. Those are our memories, and those are our thoughts. But we have given it all away. We've lost our sovereignty, and I have a hope that that in the near future we will begin to realize that rather than letting a small number of digital media moguls have total control over the production of all of our artifacts, that individuals will rise up and reclaim and take ownership of their data again. And I think there's a change in infrastructure and a change of culture. These are all big obstacles that would have to happen. But I think my opinion is that in order to have the vision fulfilled that you described, people have to have a different relationship with their data than they do today. And that will involve a major shift in the way that data is owned. And my hope is that the open source community across the board, not just MediaWiki, the open source community, humanity, will collectively learn to value open source as a democratization of the tools that we need to reclaim and be sovereign and be competent to own our data. The major media moguls would argue that we're not competent to manage our data. We need to become competent, and we need those tools. And I think only a global open source value is going to empower all people to be empowered knowledge workers for themselves, for their families, for the companies they work for. This is a big vision. If we can achieve it, I think you get what you want, and many other wonderful things come out of it. I apologize if I over-answered that. Did you?
No? Is it? So I was just going a little bit cynically saying you can buy back your data from the moguls. Okay? Yeah, and I was really making the case for data sovereignty when I was in the parents' council in one of the schools, one of our children, and yeah, I was really disappointed. Like they had the idea that their job would be like educating the pupils to become better users of existing products of these monopoly players.
Yeah.
And I was always going like forward, this generation has to learn to read sources and to create software. I mean, especially here in Europe, in Germany, because all the big players, they are in most cases not from Germany. So, and it was really, I really had a hard time in the Parents' Council with that, because they were struggling so much with everyday problems that they thought the end to the education would be better users, but you should be better creators and even programmers. There is a nice book from, you were asking for books, it's not a German sociologist, but from Douglas Rushkoff, a media scientist from the US, called Program or Be Programmed. And it could be partly taken literally. I recommend this short book because this is about sovereignty. If you could create the things and be really the creator.
maybe that could add to that. I could also add why the semantic stuff is not taken up in organizations. Should I still come back to this ground, or should we take this as closing words? Should we stand by that?
Well, I planted a flag, and I would like to come back to the flag that I planted.
You planted a flag?
Yes. So we had a wonderful question. Your question was, do we need knowledge graphs? Has the semantic web failed? And I think the answer to that question is to be determined. I like the idea of thinking that the semantic web was announced famously in 2001 by Tim Berners-Lee in Scientific American. It has gone through the hype curve, and it hasn't delivered what was originally promised. And they have discovered some of the reasons why. And with the advent of AI and large language models, I think that as the hype, as AI and large language models work their way through the hype curve, I think there will be a new space opened up for a return to the semantic web. And I'll tie it all up with the following statement. I don't think we want to have database schemas that are incompatible. The software, the database for an inventory management system will be incompatible with the database schema for a project management system. And every area of focus for software, if you take the approach of purely structured data in a relational database, you have incompatible schemas. You can't combine the data easily without lots of additional glueware to try to translate between domains. The beautiful thing about the semantic web, the focus has always been on this resulting knowledge graph and the potential that could come, the implicit knowledge that could come out of the knowledge graph. But what I think gets overlooked by the excitement in that is simply the fact of having an ontology. And so as organizations, what Cindy mentioned was she's not comfortable with turning everything over to generative AI. And the balance that I think we can achieve is that if, as organizations, we focus on being ontologists in every organization, rather than have a database expert developing a schema for their particular data function, if we start transitioning to ontologies, and specifically web ontologies, semantics, even though the knowledge graph falls out of that as a natural outcome, don't get distracted by the knowledge graph. Focus on the value of having ontologies, and that can keep the generative AI on track.
Yeah, perfect. I can probably add to this. So I would say, as you mentioned, ontologies, definitely on. So sometimes to provoke my colleagues in the AI research, I say semantic is what human beings did. So designing, so that's a very simple definition. Semantic is what humans are doing, and even I mentioned starting with a social web in Siemens and so on. Like we did tagging and simply labeling pages, and folks came and said we can do this automatically, and say, hey, you can try, but please tag your tags that are done by machines with a tag that they're from machines. Yeah. They didn't do so. Yeah, short answer would be semantics. What humans and experts are doing, and of course this could be complemented with LLMs doing suggestions. And often there's a misunderstanding between not misunderstanding, but misuse. Some talk about graph databases and thinking about we have to store everything in graph databases, and that obviously did not happen up till now. It is the same with this version management thing. I remember that in the 90s there were object databases, and everyone thought object databases would be the future. And I only see one use case where it's used in our data system.
in the medical office of my wife. So yeah, no, really. So there was this object database was nice software, but it never became mainstream. And of course, we don't know if this graph databases as technology become mainstream. It's open, but we should definitely use the vocabulary for sharing and opening up. And this is where I see the potential of even sometimes clunky RDF and often clunky ontologies. This is like opening up and linking your databases and having a well-defined vocabulary. So, and don't mix it up. Maybe in the end the triple store is faster than we ever expected, and then will become mainstream. But we should really enforce this linked open data approach and using those vocabularies to link data and not confuse one with the other.
Another comment from my side. So, yeah, we really looked a lot in this topic in material science. So, and we believe really inventing RDF was only groundwork, and then the naive hope was that just having this technology will adapt it automatically in the world because it's so expressiveness is so high. So that's true, but the same as was true for neural networks. They were most of decades, they were just an expert tool for AI researchers. And then you get this nice interface where you can just chat with it. And this was where it really skyrocketed. And this was, I think this is the missing piece for RDF as well. There are limited tools to really interact with RDF without seeing any RDF, because nobody wants to see RDF. Everybody wants to efficiently create RDF and of course profit from RDF capabilities, like querying, like having these links and having this complex answers, question answer. I think we need to improve the tooling to make the base technology really adapted in our world. And I think we see also that in the OpenAI, for example, or Microsoft, they have RAG, and RAG is limited for large documents. And what did they create? They create GraphRag. What does GraphRag? It builds a knowledge graph of the document. So it really links the text pieces and tries to build a semantic meaning of the relation of these pieces and what they mention. So at the end, LLMs, I think, came to a limitation of just having text, and now, again, semantics came into place to enhance even AI. And also in the industry, final example, it has very long time, but this data space bubble, finally, I think they settled down to something that really industry exchange linked data. They start with something like DCAT, okay, but they now go really down into mains and describe, for example, these passports for batteries and this stuff. Now everybody creates at least his own ontology, first step, great, maybe they connect them in the future, but I think there's an enormous potential in automated data transformation between APIs, between database schemas, by using semantic. This is really not really used at all because we really lack of large amounts of semantically structured data until now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't know about you, I have the feeling this was a nice closing argument actually. So I don't want to take away your opportunity to close the session, each of you. So if you want to, you can, or you can also say.
I can only go downhill from here.
Okay, so thank you very much for this interesting panel. We are done for today. Today we have our official conference dinner, so we are invited by the city of Vienna to the Cena Marie. I will show you how to get there. It's pretty easy actually, because you take the U3 to Otterkring, I think, but I have to look it up. I think it's the station.
It's literally at the end.
Yeah. So we will go together. If you want to go to the hotel before, that's fine. It should take half an hour. So we will finish up here. Maybe we can have some more discussions, or if you want to go back to the hotel, let's meet there. for tomorrow, Sabine, is there anything I have to mention?
We
Tomorrow
start even earlier tomorrow.
Oh yes, we start half an hour earlier, even because we have to be out of this room by 1:30. So we will start at 9 o'clock. Doors will open at 8:30 already. We will have the GLAM day, yeah? So culture, heritage, and topics like this tomorrow, because there will be the celebration of the Vienna History Week, but details will be said tomorrow. So thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me put you on the hot seat here. I think it was great, and see you all at the Hypertext.